All right, well, hello and welcome to our 11th annual Women's Heart Symposium. I'm Nicole Weinberg.
I'm Christiane Schaeffler.
And I'm Alex Lajoie.
And Dr. Vanderzee will be joining us from home. We represent the Women's Heart Center at Pacific Heart Institute and Have a Heart, Save a Heart charity. We are so excited to host you today for the 11th annual Women's Heart Symposium. We are going to be exploring some innovative topics this year, including the connection between human and animal health, as we celebrate advancements that have been made in understanding how we can all be healthier in mind and body. Our meeting today is a hybrid meeting, and we'll be hosting all of you in person, but also viewers all over the continent online. We have people from Washington, D.C. to Florida, to Hawaii, to Canada. For those of you in person, you can see that the fun has already started. Our exciting gift bag is filled with animal-themed items. These items were hand-selected to create an animal-inspired safari-like theme. We hope you wear your safari hat, your bamboo sunglasses, your fanny pack, while checking out some of those wild animals, including your giraffe stress ball, and you take notes on your recycled notepad and with your bamboo pen. Don't forget to plant the bag tag since it will grow into wildflowers.
The theme of animals should be roaring through the room as you entered. You will see photos of our wildlife friends around the stage, hopefully learned about our animal-focused retreat this year, and saw the slide this morning about our very special lunchtime guests. Please don't forget to check out all of our raffle prizes, silent auction, retreat raffle, and our amazing gift shop. If you've joined virtually, we see you there. We have our very own animal lawn to engage you through the chat function on the live stream. So you ask your questions there, and don't forget to post pictures and videos on your social media and tag us at Have a Heart, Save a Heart. Because we have all this fancy technology, we are recording this meeting, so if someone you know has missed the event, be sure to tell them that they can tune in at their leisure when we post this on the web.
We feel so lucky to have the amazing support of our community. We need to thank Providence St. John's Heart Center, Pacific Heart Institute, and their incredible staff, and the Women's Heart Center at Pacific Heart Institute for their support over the years, as well as St. John's Foundation and everything they do, especially our girls, Markina and Gail. We have to thank our board members and our think tank, Sheil, Irene, Libby, Lisa, and Merle. We couldn't do it without you. We also need to thank our amazing sponsors and exhibitors. We urge you to swing by their tables in the foyer and on the side of the ballroom here and learn what they have to offer. And we can't forget to mention all of our incredible raffle donors as well. This meeting wouldn't happen without their generous support.
Our Heart and Soul Retreat is getting a facelift this year. In keeping with our animal-focused theme, we'll be hosting 15 of you at the Los Angeles Zoo, along with 3 guests each. You'll be treated to a VIP experience there with a scavenger hunt, a special docent-led educational activity, lunch, and more. This retreat is valued at over $750, but can be yours for 4 people for only $100. We invite you to sign up for the retreat raffle table and register by email if you are in our virtual audience. We'll be drawing names out of the bowl later today. The date of the retreat is Saturday, May 11th. So check your calendar and sign up now. There is no charge to enter the raffle, but if you're selected as a winner, we'll collect $100 today.
We will have a break halfway through the morning session, as well as have an hour lunch break so that you can get up and stretch your legs. Don't forget that we will be connecting with our virtual audience during this time, so feel free to post on social, engage with our chat, and add questions for the afternoon panel discussions. During the breaks, we invite you to please patronize our exhibitors and check out our raffle items and silent auction. For our silent auction, we have a 2-night stay at the Waldorf Astoria, valued at almost $2,000, and an autographed Cher Christmas vinyl, which is priceless.
We are also offering CME credits again this year for our healthcare professionals. All credits will be going through Providence, so please follow all the instructions if you want to get credits this year. Please take a moment to review this slide and take a photo for later. If you are an MD, RN, PA, NP, PharmD, or PhD, these 4.5 credits will count toward your license. If you haven't already signed up for CME, you can scan the QR code now, pay $50, and get CME. You must pay by 3 p.m. today, or you will not be eligible to receive credit. Also, please note that you must text the phone number on the screen with our Symposium ID number before 3 p.m. today as well to access the evaluation form. You cannot view this meeting as a recording at a later date and get CME. You will need to complete the evaluation and submit it before receiving credit.
We know you will have a lot of questions, but in the interest of time, we have scheduled 2 Q&A panel discussions after lunch. For our in-person audience members who have questions, the lovely Susan Given will pass around a microphone. All of our virtual attendees can submit their questions through the chat function, and those will be communicated to our panelists. We are excited for 2 lively discussions.
And now, for the first time on stage for the Women's Heart Symposium is Dr. Paul Natterson, here to introduce our keynote speaker. As you all know, Dr. Natterson is one of our fearless leaders who is always available to discuss patient case, provide words of wisdom, and overall channel positive energy in the office. It should come as no surprise that he is of the same gene pool, evolutionarily speaking, as our keynote speaker.
So first, I just want to say, Nicole, Sarina remotely, Alex, Christiane, thank you for allowing me to do this introduction. I want to start by just saying that there are some incredibly impressive women, well, an unbelievable number of impressive women in this room, and a few of us guys who are trying to hold our own. So for the purpose of this meeting, though, I just want to mention 3 in particular who are here. I get to sit in the front row here with my mom, Idel, who's really, before I even talk about my mom, the 3 of them are truly thought leaders, innovators, and, you know, just setting a standard that is unbelievable. My mom, an academic psychotherapist, PhD psychotherapist, she's continuing to practice, she teaches. Cara, my wife, my wonderful wife, she's a puberty expert, has a new book out. But more importantly, I want to introduce the keynote speaker for today, Barbara Natterson-Horowitz. Barbara is a cardiologist, evolutionary biologist. She's on the faculty at Harvard Medical School. She's on the faculty at UCLA School of Medicine, but most importantly, she's my younger sister. She's wanted me to say that for many years. She has research that focuses on developing innovations for human health and evolutionary models applied to phylogenetically wide range of species, and I think we're going to learn about what that means, so I won't even try. She's a leader in the field of evolutionary medicine, One Health. She's the past president of the International Society for Evolution, Medicine, and Public Health. She's got several books, but her first book, Ubiquity, which was co-authored with Catherine Bowers, was a New York Times bestseller. Her second book was Wildhood, a New York Times book review, science selection for 2019. She puts together international conferences and courses, and she's really pushing the boundaries of sort of how animal health, human health are going to accelerate biomedical innovation. There's really no one more impressive to me than Barb. She has a ridiculous passion for learning, creativity, innovation. It was humbling growing up, sharing a bathroom with Barbara. What was really remarkable was we went through high school together, all school together. We were in the same training program in internal medicine and cardiology. She's remarkably brilliant, yet humble. She has always been my best mentor, my best friend and colleague. And I think that we're going to learn an unbelievable amount today from Barb. I will add, though, that there were some things growing up. After, I won't say how many years, she finally came clean at a recent dinner that she was responsible for breaking the window to the family room. So, Barbara.
Oh my God, what an introduction.
And to be a little bit sexist, in the spirit of women's health, she commented on how nice all your guys' shoes were.
So, you know, you're supposed to, you're always supposed to say, that's one of the loveliest introductions I've ever gotten. That was. Oh my God, okay, yay. Having been at UCLA now for several decades, and Paul, you know, migrated west, it's, whenever I'm at UCLA, I'm Dr. Barbara Natterson-Horowitz. When I'm west of the 405, I'm Paul's big brother. Big sister, sorry, that's weird. All right, here we go. So, first of all, I just want to acknowledge the conference organizers, especially Nicole Weinberg and Heather Ryan and everyone else. I'm really thrilled to be here, and I'm incredibly, this is so special. Today I'm going to talk about species-spanning medicine and give you a taste of what I do. I have a number of projects that are not focused on women's health or female health. I like to be species agnostic if I can, but I'm going to focus on women's health today. Female health across the tree of life. All of my work for almost 15 years is focused on one idea, and that is that the field of medicine is overly anthropocentric. We are focused on a single species. Apart from a handful of model organisms that we use in the lab to understand human biology, we basically focus on ourselves. But I would assert that if we can expand the window through which we perceive health and disease to include the other many millions of species with whom we currently share the earth, to look for commonalities and differences in our health vulnerabilities, and if we could expand that window one more time to include the evolutionary history that has shaped those similarities and differences, the evolutionary history depicted here by this phylogeny, if we can expand that window that second time, we can do the following. Number one, we can improve our ability to understand the causes of disease, fundamental causation, and we can accelerate and improve innovation. We can generate more effective, more strategic, more targeted therapies. Now, those are big claims, and I think I have about 40 minutes or so, and so here's the plan for today. I'm going to share my journey, how I went from being a cardiologist, a clinical cardiologist, to doing what I do now, do a little bit of sort of intro to evolutionary biology, just so that we're all on the same page as we move forward. And then I'm going to share examples where I prove, or at least I hope I make the case, that by expanding the window, by embracing a more species-spanning and evolutionarily informed perspective, that we can deepen our understanding of causation and accelerate biomedical innovation, and then a few thoughts about the future. And then hopefully we'll have a discussion or some questions. All right, here we go. So, my career started very traditionally in the sense that I was a cardiologist at UCLA, and I came on faculty in 1995. I was doing heart failure and echo, and then I heard, actually, from Rich Wright. This was, whenever this was, however many years that was, that he had been doing some echoes at the LA Zoo. And long story short, I ended up also in getting involved in the cardiovascular care of a number of the great apes initially it was just the great apes at the LA Zoo. So I began going to the zoo, and a number of this over the course of probably the first 3 to 5 years, there were a range of cases, but this is just in the beginning. There was a chimp who had some asymmetry, some motor asymmetry, and as I recall, they said, can you exclude like a cardiac source of emboli? And so I remember doing a TE on the first chimp, and one of the things that was most impressive at that time was this, you can see. Okay, so sorry, not everyone's a cardiologist, but we have a 4-chamber view here, right? LV, left ventricle, right ventricle. And you can see these bouncing balls inside the funnel of the tricuspid valve here. So these were blood clots. And it reminded me so much of a human patient that I had done a TEE on some months before. And it turned out both of these animals, a human animal and a non-human animal, had the same form of cardiomyopathy that had led to these blood clots. And for me, that moment was, at that time, surprising. And over time, I had become aware of why it was so surprising that I was surprised at all. But I'll get to that. So over the course of a number of years, I ended up participating in lots and lots of different cases on great apes and generally in primates in general, and then expanded to a wide range of animals, not just mammals. This is actually, I'll talk about this in a little while, but this was a lion, this was geriatric lioness, Cookie, who had 700 cc's of fluid in her pericardium, and we did a collaborative procedure, a drainage procedure, and she did very well. But at that time, by about 2000 or so, by about 2009 or so, I was learning so much when I would go to the zoo. I was so interested in it. I was reading as much as I could. And I started to get interested in expanding what I could learn about veterinary medicine, about evolutionary biology, which connects human and animal medicine, and have written books, done lots of research, created courses both at UCLA, at Harvard, and some international places, and developed these conferences to recreate for other human health professionals what I was experiencing, bringing together medical schools and veterinary schools to have conversations between experts from both sides of the species divide. And this were called Zubiquity conferences, which was the name of Catherine Bowers in my first book. And just quickly, these conferences, which I'm very proud of, they started in 2011. We would have like a human expert, so we'd have a human oncologist or neuro-oncologist and a veterinary oncologist or neuro-oncologist, and the two would talk about the same disease, so a glioblastoma, for example, which is more common in those flat-faced brachycephalic dogs than the dolichocephalic dogs, which is an interesting genetic piece we can talk about. Or this was, I think, another oncology case, ALL, looking for diseases where there was expertise on the veterinary side and certainly expertise on the human side, but where by bringing the two together, we could amplify and really concentrate and arrive at new insights. So those went on, those continue to go on. But over the last, I was really a few years into the experience, I became quite interested in finding a way to use this animal knowledge specifically to improve human health. And I needed a methodology. Now, I was not the first physician to recognize the connection between human and animal health. Rudolf Virchow, the father of modern pathology, one of the founders of the field of modern medicine, wrote in the 19th century, "Between animal and human medicine, there is no dividing line, nor should there be. The object is different, but the experience obtained constitutes the basis of all medicine." But as I said, I needed a methodology. I needed a way to take all of this veterinary, this animal knowledge, and transform it into something that could really accelerate biomedical insights for human health. So I went back to evolutionary biology, which I'd studied as an undergraduate, and let me bring you up to speed so that we can speak a common language. Evolution 101, all right. What I ended up doing was turning to the work of the 1973 Nobel laureate, evolutionary biologist, animal behaviorist, Nico Tinbergen. And Nico Tinbergen is famous for many contributions, but the most significant, for me certainly, was a 4-part structure a framework for understanding the causes of biological phenomenon. And Tinbergen asserted that biologists often accept as causal mechanistic explanations and developmental explanations. But that in fact, to really understand why, we have to understand why that biological phenomenon evolved, in what way it was adaptive, in what way it improved survival and or reproduction for that species, and how that, that came to be, what the evolutionary history was. Now, in medicine, in cardiology certainly, for example, we are guilty of the same thing that Tinbergen asserted. We explain as why. When someone asks us, well, why did I have a heart attack? We will give a mechanistic explanation, right? All the time, that's what we do. Or perhaps we'll offer a developmental explanation. But of course, what we don't do, what we have not done in the past, is to ask, why did we evolve to be vulnerable to atherosclerosis in the first place? What is the evolutionary history that led up to that? So when we think about atherosclerosis, for example, or any biological trait, if we want to understand how it's adaptive, we have to ask ourselves, in what way did that trait improve survival or reproduction? And what is the evolutionary history that led us to have that trait, in this case, vulnerability to atherosclerosis? And of course, if you want the evolutionary history, that means you need to build a phylogeny. A phylogeny is a model, a family tree-like model used by evolutionary biologists to show the relationship between species and their characteristics. And I think people are familiar with that. But we don't typically think about that as a medical tool, but it is. I'm going to hopefully make the case. And what Tinbergen asserted is that these non-proximate explanations, right, adaptive and phylogenetic, could really expand our insights. And so that is exactly what I started to do. And I've been building phylogenies since then. This, by the way, is the most famous of all phylogenies. This is the only illustration in The Origin of Species. And what I love about Darwin's sketch here is the humility. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? So anyway, I'll show you some of the phylogenies. This is a recent one in circulation heart failure, cardiomyopathy across the tree of life. But this is some of what I'm doing to turn lights on for the rest of, for my colleagues on the human health side of things. All right. One of the most important things to know before we leave Evolution 101, and I show you some examples, is that when we're talking about a trait like vulnerability to disease, there are some traits that are not selected for, right? We think of natural selection, selecting for phenotypes that are biologically beneficial, and that's true. But back, this was in 1979, Stephen Jay Gould and Richard Lewontin, two evolutionary biologists at Harvard, published a very important and significant article in which they said that not all biological traits were selected for. Some are byproducts of selection for beneficial traits. And they used as an analogy an arch and a spandrel. So these are arches. This is actually St. Marcos Square, and the article was called "The Spandrels of San Marcos and the Panglossian Paradigm, a Critique of the Adaptationist Program with an E." But a little bit much. But the point is that if you are going to build arches, an unavoidable consequence, byproduct of arch building are spandrels, those triangular-like structures. The analogy is that not all biological characteristics necessarily have benefits. Some are byproducts. And we can begin to think, and I'd ask you to begin to think about disease vulnerability as a byproduct of selection for other biological traits. So with that, we'll continue. So essentially, what I started to do was to move from the physician's view of vulnerability, which is about what I call an intraspecific, that is within one species, which human beings are vulnerable. We say which of our patients is more vulnerable to lung cancer. We say our cigarette smoking patients. It's all within it's comparative between human beings. And move toward an evolutionary biologist point of view, which is to say there are certainly differences within species, between individuals, but there are also differences in disease vulnerability between species, interspecifically. And that, in fact, we can illustrate this using a phylogeny, because those differences are the product of this history. The selective pressures that have differed, that have produced these different phenotypes. And remember that these phenotypes are not just what's on the outside. It includes all of the physiologic differences internally, right? The immunologic differences, the autonomic differences between these species, which are the product of the differing selective pressures. And in fact, this was published in PNAS during the pandemic, was a paper that actually looked at the different vulnerability across species. So I like this as an example, right? So everybody understands that animals have different characteristics. Among the differences in characteristics are going to be vulnerability to certain diseases. All right. So let's take one more moment to learn about evolution, and then we'll jump into the examples. All right, here we go. We'll start with the Big Bang. 14.5 billion years ago, at 4.5 billion, you saw the moon just shoot off the Earth, and it is not until 3.6, 3.7 billion years ago that we have first life on Earth, those single-celled organisms. Within several hundred million years, we have photosynthesis starting, and as a consequence of more and more photosynthesis, we have the environment saturated with oxygen, and one of the first speciation events, the Great Extinction events, the Great Oxygenation event. Here we are at 600 million years when multicellularity is transforming life on Earth, triploblasticity, it's laying the stage, setting the framework for animal life, for metazoan life. And of course, by 540 million years, we have the Cambrian explosion, this tremendous diversification of life, a diversity of phenotypes that are aquatic initially, but there's terrestrialization of life. And then across the next several hundred million years, we see the diversification of life, of animal life as we know it. 99+% of the animal life on Earth today originated during this period. Now, I'm ending right here, and you'll notice three things. One, there's the meteor that took out the dinosaurs, so that's our timestamp of 65 million years ago, right? And over here, we have a great ape, right? And remember, our common ancestor with chimpanzees lived about 6 to 7 million years ago. So let's assume that this is about 6 to 7 million years, okay? The third thing you'll notice is there's no Homo sapiens there. Why? Well, I'll show you why. Because if we imagine that the history of life on Earth is an airplane ride from LA to New York, we're going to see first life over New Mexico and Arizona, photosynthesis over Colorado, but it's not going to be until we are in western Pennsylvania that there is the multicellularity, the triploblasticity that is necessary for animal life to really be created. And so for the rest of this lecture, we're going to talk about really this period, traversing western to eastern Pennsylvania. And you'll see what is happening during this period. We've got amphibians, we've got the age of dinosaurs, we've got the extinction of the dinosaurs, we have our common ancestor with chimps, and then 570 feet before touchdown in New York City, we show up. Our species is 200,000 years old. And remember, Darwin revealed evolution to work as its descent with modification. Descent with modification, what that means is that every successive generation, whatever the selective pressures were that are shaping and changing the phenotype, most of that biology is repurposing the biology that preexists, right? It's not the best possible solution, it's the good enough solution. So species number 2 is mostly the biology of species number one. And that reality is easy to forget because we humans, there's so much human exceptionalism and so much human focus that we can forget how much of this biology is shared. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at multicellular organisms. So now we're going to turn Pennsylvania into a phylogeny, and you can see that over this period of time, we're going to look at causation. I'm going to look at causation over this period of time as a way of showing you how this expanded perspective can provide insights we cannot gain otherwise. All right, let's start with causation. And we're going to start with vasovagal syncope. All right, so this is silly. So think of kind of a stereotypical view of vasovagal syncope. So fear-induced fainting. All right, so what do? Well, for many years I taught the second year at UCLA, the second year med student course on cardiovascular pathophys, and I would offer the classic explanations, mechanistic explanation, right? We have this, intense adrenergic stimuli, sympathetic withdrawal, the bradycardia, syncope, right? I might offer some developmental perspectives, what age, it's a younger age of onset than some other cardiovascular diseases, right? And what I would often do would be to point out that it was paradoxical. Now, why did I say it was paradoxical? Because what do you expect to happen with fear, right? You expect an accelerated heart rate response, a tachycardia. But what do we see in vasovagal syncope? We see the heart slow. So I would say, hey, it's paradoxical. I was taught it was paradoxical. But if you expand the window to include other species and evolution, watch what happens to that assumption that is paradoxical. Well, I began developing, this was the first of the phylogenies that I built. This is fear bradycardia, which is what the alarm bradycardia or fear bradycardia, what it's known as in the evolutionary literature. And I found animals from fish to mammals, examples where in some situations, in a predation situation, a fear situation, their heart rates would plummet instead of accelerate. Most of the time, they would have a tachycardic response, but some of the time, they would have a bradycardic response. And that was very interesting to me. It led me to begin wondering why. Now, in evolutionary biology, when we see a trait, right, so this is a phylogeny, different kind of phylogeny. This is 3.6 billion years ago, and you can see each of the tips here are extant animals. When you see a trait in animals, multiple animals, one of the hypotheses is that the common ancestor had that trait too. Well, if in fact all of these species have alarm bradycardia, and the common ancestor did, the next question is why? What is the biological benefit of having a heart rate that can plummet in a predation situation, in a fear situation? Well, it turns out there's some really interesting ways to explain this. One adaptive hypothesis is as follows. Many underwater predators use voltage coming off of their prey, the heart of their prey, to track the prey. And so in fact, for example, on rays and sharks, there are these electroreceptive spicules that are part of the anatomy of their snout or their face. So you can imagine that if, in fact, the hunter is hunting and using this as its honing device, and if all of a sudden this heart rate plummets, right, so is now bradycardic, that it renders the hunter acoustically blind. And that could provide predation, a biological benefit, in other words, safety from predators. So this was a hypothesis, and it turns out, and this has been really fun over many years, people send me things, but there are a number of aquarium fish that if you clean their tanks, you scare them, they're frightened, they end up this kind of a posture, and there's nothing conscious happening. This is an autonomic reflex. But those are fish. Let's talk about mammals. Well, in the 1960s and 70s, there were a number of experiments that were done. And this is just one of them. This is a fawn, a baby deer. And the researchers put telemetry leads on the deer. The heart rate started out at, and then they brought in they had a Jeep, and they put on the top of the Jeep a speaker, and they played howls of a wolf, right? So this is like a very frightening experience. And the heart rate plummeted from 180 to 30. And this is what you see. It's called tonic immobility. And actually across not only vertebrates, but invertebrate species, tonic immobility is considered an anti-predation defense, right? Being still is a form of hiding. And particularly in younger animals, before they have sufficient physical and mental maturity to mount a successful flight, fainting may be developmentally a superior, more adaptive strategy. So that's, hopefully I've made the case. Let me go back. Let me just, okay, before I show this next, the video you're about to see, first of all, it has a happy ending. I'll show you. Let me just quickly set it up. There's a juvenile cheetah, or a young cheetah that's just taken down an impala. A more mature spotted hyena comes, bullies the cheetah away, which happens often, and here's what you're going to see. All right, so you see the impala, you see the hyena. The cheetah's coming back to try to get what she took down, can't do it. Now I want you to watch the impala, there you go. And although I didn't have tele leads on this impala, you can see that tonic immobility saved the life of that impala. All right, here's a second example very quickly. We can have shared vulnerability, right, which you saw just then, but a phylogeny can also show that certain animals can have resistance. But let's start with vulnerability in a different sense. So this is actually in 1903, this is a British coal miner. The expression canary in the coal mine comes from the actual canaries that the coal miners would carry into mines. Why? Because canaries and humans share vulnerability to carbon monoxide toxicity. But the difference between a canary and a human is body size and other metabolic features, and so a very small amount of carbon monoxide will be fatal to a canary, but warn a human who is not yet harmed. And so that's the concept canary in the coal mine. Well, there are ways, if we expand the window and begin recognizing that animals around us share vulnerabilities, that we can use this canary in the coal mine concept to improve human health. So here you see beluga whales, and there are populations, small but thriving, more or less populations of belugas in the St. Lawrence estuary, which is in Canada. You can just by frame of reference, Montreal's down here somewhere. Here's Quebec, rather. And between 1983 and 1989, there was an epidemic, really. I mean, there was a surge of beluga deaths. There were carcasses floating in the water. And a study was done, and it turned out that over 25% of the deaths in the females was from mammary or ovarian cancer. By the way, cetaceans can develop cancer. They're usually hematologic, so lymphomas and leukemia. So this was atypical. And of course, I think that I won't belabor this. I've been working on a collaboration, in fact, with some of the folks who were part of that those original studies. But it turned out there were a number of aluminum smelting facilities that were upstream, and that in fact they were polyaromatic hydrocarbons and other known carcinogens, and the human population, in parallel with the beluga population, had increased breast and ovarian disease. So this is not, in a way, very surprising, but it points out that if you remember that other animals, or even have the awareness, who are living in and around our communities, share vulnerability to some of these diseases, it immediately increases the possibility of becoming more aware of and informed about risks to human health. All right. And actually, the PNAS Nexus, we published a piece that included the results of systematic review on across species, ovarian cancer, breast cancer, endometrial health. All right. So There we go. I'll just go through this. We found some really interesting cases of ovarian carcinoma in fish, in amphibians, in birds, etc. Okay. And let's get to the second piece of things, which are the examples that show that this expanded window, this expansion to have more of a species spanning and an evolutionary informed perspective can help us accelerate innovation, come up with new and more effective solutions. So now, before, when we were looking at the phylogeny, it was from the outside in, right? So all of these animals had fear bradycardia, so the hypothesis was that the common ancestor also might have had this trait, which caused us to look for a reason, an adaptive explanation. But we can also use a phylogeny from the inside out, which is to say, instead of looking at commonality, we can look at difference. We can say that this is the common ancestor, but all of these branches reflect a diversity, biodiversity, produced by differing environments with different selective pressures that have resulted in differing phenotypes, including different physiological phenotypes, including a great diversity of cardiovascular physiologic phenotypes, right? So we may not see that from the outside, but it exists. So each of the tips of the phylogeny is an extant as opposed to extinct species. So how does this work? Well, one of the ideas is that evolution, you can kind of think about evolution as a problem-solving strategy in a sense, and that what we're looking at when we're looking at a diversity of physiologies are evolved adaptations that are producing a diversity of physiologic phenotypes that have solved the challenges those animals face. You think about those fish in the Arctic and in Antarctica who have evolved the ability to produce this antifreeze glycoprotein so that their blood doesn't freeze, right, in those waters. If you threw a tropical fish into the waters of Antarctica or Arctic, their blood would freeze within 1 minute. So these are evolved adaptations that have solved the challenges. All right. Leveraging this insight to produce products that can benefit human life is the field that we call biomimicry. Sometimes it's called, well, anyway, biomimicry. Here's an example of biomimicry, probably my favorite. So this is a picture of the Shinkansen train, the bullet train, 1964, Tokyo, big success, a symbol that Japan was back after the war. But there was one problem. The train, when it decelerated into the station, it caused a lot of reverberation, vibration, and noise and destruction. But fortunately, one of the train's engineers was a weekend ornithologist. He was an amateur birder, and he knew about a taxa of fish, a taxa of bird called the kingfisher. And the kingfisher is known for, it has evolved this extremely sleek beak that can pierce the water without creating any rippling. And of course, if there's rippling, what happens is the prey are alerted to the presence of the predator, and so they flee. So there's this selective advantage in having a beak that can pierce the water without inducing reverberation. And so Eiji Nakatsu redesigned the nose of the bullet train to conform to the beak of the kingfisher. So this is an example of biomimicry. But what I wanted to do was to take this approach and bring it in to see whether we could innovate new approaches for human health, to benefit human health. And in fact, the field of biomimicry in medicine, sometimes called bio-inspired medicine, the Nobel Conference in 2019 was, which I was the keynote speaker, and they invited us to have a Ubiquity conference there, was focused around this concept of turning to the natural world to find insights for human health using a biomimicry approach. Okay, so there's a lot of activity, particularly around cancer. Many of you are probably familiar with the series of papers over the last 5 years that have shown that African elephants, right, have multiple copies of the cancer suppression gene P53. But there are a number of other mammals, particularly mammals, although there are some non-mammals who have cancer resistance with other mechanisms. But of course, I'm a cardiologist. So I was interested, can we use this perspective to improve human health? And since we're having a women's health conference today, let's talk about HFpEF, heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. So we are all familiar with that. So here we have a ventricle. I mean, we have a look at the left ventricle here. And now we have, let's say, long-standing systemic hypertension. We're going to have some nice left ventricular hypertrophy. And of course, we're going to see the changes, the histologic changes, the fibrosis, the hypertrophy, the remodeling. And in association with that, we're going to see impairment, ventricular dysfunction. We're going to see stiffness, et cetera, et cetera. And we're going to have clinical effects, right? And so I started wondering whether we could find an animal that might have evolved adaptations that could resist, that conferred resistance to the adverse effects of a thickening ventricle under pressure. And I thought, of course, of the giraffe. Why the giraffe? Because the giraffe has the highest blood pressure of any animal on Earth, terrestrial and aquatic. Why does the giraffe have a high blood pressure? Because the left ventricle is about here in an adult, and it's 3 meters, 2.5 to 3 meters vertical is the brain. So the ventricle needs to generate sufficient, overcome the afterload to perfuse the brain. And so consequently, you have this very high blood pressure, not pathologically high, normal high, right? So the giraffe has a higher than human blood pressure, but it's not pathological. Okay, so now, why is the neck long? We all learned this when we were in elementary school. There are selective advantages around access to food, right? Foliage. There is, of course, if you're living on the savanna, the anti-predator, the being able to scan the horizon, that's a selective advantage. However, if you're going to have a high, long neck, and you're going to have a brain that needs to be perfused, and an afterload that is as it is, you're going to have a thicker ventricle. Laplace's law is not only true for humans, and in fact, this is, the courtesy of some veterinarians, this is a giraffe's left ventricle. Look at the size, the cavity size there, the size of the muscle. Everybody impressed that that is a nice thick ventricle? All right, so in our species, if we have a patient with long-standing, poorly controlled systemic hypertension, left ventricular hypertrophy with lots of histologic changes, stiffness, we've got a symptomatic patient. But giraffes who have this high blood pressure, a very thick ventricle, compared to ours, every day they have to flee predators between 30 to 40 kilometers an hour. And it was 7 years ago that I started watching this video constantly. And I remember thinking there must be some evolved adaptation that allows this giraffe to have a ventricle that's that thick and yet the ability to flee without hemodynamic compromise. And that's what set the giraffe project, that was the initial impetus. And it basically has to do ultimately with comparing these two species. Giraffe, there are 4 to 5 modern giraffe species, and the okapi. And why those two? Because the giraffe and the okapi share a common ancestor 11.5 million years ago. The ancestors of the okapi wandered into the Congolese rainforest, where there was no selective advantage to having a long neck. But the ancestors of the giraffe went to the savanna, where there are advantages of having a long neck. And by comparing the genomes, which we now can do, of the okapi and the giraffe, we can look to see, are there unique giraffe mutations that may be relevant to HFpEF? And in fact, so I had actually submitted this paper about 2 weeks before Cheng Lui's paper, this amazing paper. And so I actually called the paper back and they let me make a revision. But the point is that what we now know is that giraffe have a unique mutation of a gene, FGFRL1. And Cheng Lui and his group CRISPRed giraffe FGFRL1 into mice, a group of mice, and then they had wild-type mice. They gave both populations angiotensin II to raise the blood pressure, and what they found is that the giraffe, whereas this is the wild type mice, this is the heart, look at all the fibrosis, this is the giraffe, the giraffified mice. This is fibrosis in the wild type, this is the level of fibrosis in the giraffe. This suggests that giraffe evolved at least one, this may be one mechanism that the giraffe evolved to allow its heart to thicken without stiffening. So that's very exciting. That project has led to a sister project where we're looking at how it is that pregnant giraffe, the females who have these high blood pressures, and remember in our species, gestational hypertension is the leading cause of fetal and maternal death, how it is that pregnant giraffe with these high pressures managed to have healthy fetus and mom. So this is a secondary project, and there are many others that are kind of in the works, some giraffe, some non-giraffe. I'm very excited about the future. Just this last October, the National Academies has launched a new board, which I'm proud that I'm co-chairing, called the Board on Animal Health, Science, Conservation, and Research. And this comes from the executive committee. This is I think, a statement that animal health and human health are inseparably connected, and that biomedical research needs to reflect that. So this is really a good sign. I think there is lots and lots of interest now. There are many biomedical innovations that are possible if we begin to collaborate with animal experts and think about human health in a species-spanning way. And whether it is women's health, whether it is, this was actually in Scientific American where I really focused more on pregnancy in other animals. How is it, by the way, pregnant giraffe, she has gained by the third trimester hundreds of pounds of fat and fluid and fetus, and yet she is not slower than the non-pregnant females and the males in terms of fleeing predators. So that's another adaptation in terms of exercise tolerance in pregnancy, right? Pretty amazing. I was definitely the slowest giraffe in the herd when I was pregnant. All right, so finally, and I've been doing this not just in cardiology, in lots of other fields. This is just a recent paper in AJO where we looked at some eye issues. But of course, I'm a cardiologist, and so I'm most interested in cardiovascular issues. Ultimately, when it comes to female health, there are many opportunities to increase how we understand the cause of disease and innovate by looking across species and using an evolutionary framework. These are projects that I'm currently or have recently finished that align with the Office of Research on Women's Health through the NIH. So that was part of the Female Health Across the Tree of Life project. And I'm going to end by just sharing two thoughts from two of my scientific heroes. The first is Rachel Carson, and Rachel Carson is one of my scientific heroes, not just because she launched the modern environmental movement, but she did with her publication of Silent Spring in 1962, but because she understood this deep, ancient connection across species. And in Silent Spring, she wrote, "In nature, nothing exists alone." And so with apologies and permission, I hope, from Rachel Carson, I would assert that in nature, no female exists alone, but that in fact, it's not just females. We could say the same thing about males, but that in fact, no species exists alone in nature. And if that is the case, then in fact, no patient, whether it's a human animal or a non-human animal, exists alone. We are all part of this great biodiversity, and that links us together through shared vulnerability, but also through the unique resistances, evolved adaptations in species that may provide protection for other species. And no one captured that sentiment better than Charles Darwin when he wrote in The Origin of Species, "Natural selection is a power incessantly ready for action, and this is my favorite part of the whole talk, immeasurably superior to man's feeble efforts. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Natterson-Horowitz. We love thinking about how much more linked we are with our wildlife friends now than ever before. We would like to present you with an honor. We cannot thank you enough for all you do in the name of heart health and exposing our minds to all the different connections that we are aware of between animals and humans. We know we speak for everyone when we say thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Doctors Nicole Weinberg and Christiane Schaeffler. Dr. Weinberg is the incredible mother hen and mama bear of planning this meeting. She is an animal lover through and through who had many animals growing up. Right now, she has a cat named Kitty, but her kids have visions of adding a dog to their wild household. Dr. Schaeffler, a true lioness of strength and knowledge, shares a family dog named Casey. She also loves imaging and presented at the Maui meeting this year on that very subject. Now that you have a bit of animal insight into these doctors' lives, they will share with you the top 4 women's health issues in preventive cardiology.
Well, hello, everybody. I cannot believe I have to follow that talk. So bear with me. I'm Nicole Weinberg. Myself and Dr. Schaeffler will be discussing the top 4 women's health issues in preventive cardiology. We have no disclosures. And so back over the summer, we had been talking about doing a talk together for the Women's Heart Symposium 2024, so months before. And I was on a red-eye flight back to Philadelphia to see my family, and we were researching some articles that we thought might be interesting to present to you all. And I came across this article, and I thought it was really quite amazing. And I sent Dr. Schaeffler a little email with citations. I thought this article would be really good. We can link it with this and make it a bit more, modern. And like the good mom in the middle of the night answering the emails, she messaged back, "Looks great." And then in the morning, in the light of day, she looked at it again and realized that this is a paper that she wrote when she was working in New York, and she published it under her maiden name. And it's a beautiful article, and we felt like this was a great centerpiece for our conversation today. So we are going to cover 4 topics: abnormal mammogram findings as a possible new risk factor for heart disease, hormone replacement therapy and heart disease, osteoporosis treatments and heart artery calcification, as well as pregnancy-related complications and risks of heart disease later in life. So we'll do it in a case-based format. So for case number 1, we have a 45-year-old female who's going to get a mammogram. She still gets her menstrual cycle, and she had her physical, and her lipids, her blood pressure, her blood sugars are all normal. But she does have a family history of heart disease in postmenopausal women in her family. Luckily, her mammogram showed no cancer, but there was an incidental finding of breast calcification noted. So we're going to talk about breast calcification and how that correlates with heart disease. So these are different findings of breast arterial calcifications on mammogram. A is the most mild, B is moderate, and C is severe calcifications, just to kind of give you an understanding of what a radiologist would look at. The process of calcification is not unique to breast and heart, but there are different types of calcification that we look at. Breast calcification is this medial sclerotic calcification, and coronary artery disease is more of an intimal sclerotic process. It is an inflammatory process that we see because cholesterol builds up in the heart arteries, and over time, it changes. And so there's soft plaque when it's early, and it hardens over time, and sometimes there can be a mixed picture of soft and plaque and hard plaque together. So just to show a little schematic, this is a heart artery looking at the intima, the innermost lining of the artery, and showing the plaque that gets deposited there, and that's where the calcification occurs within our heart arteries. In terms of the breast arterial calcification, that's more of a medial calcification process, so it's within the thickness of the artery, the calcification occurs in there. So the process of calcification is something that happens as we age. There are mechanisms that are cellular within our body that work to reduce the inflammatory processes and heal our bodies so that we don't have calcification that occurs. But as we age, some of those processes don't work as well, and we have inflammation that builds up, and sometimes it's there for a long time, and it oxidizes, and we ultimately end up with calcifications, not only in our arterial system, but also in our kidneys as well as our pancreas. But we understand that calcification is something that helps our radiology friends read studies. They look at bones. Bones have calcification. They look at ribs. And so these are some radiographic studies that show the bone as you're looking for a fracture, or the chest if you're looking at somebody's lungs. And this may not show up very well, but there are little calcium deposits within the tendon here, so they can also find some calcifications within the Achilles tendon. Here is some little arrows pointing to some calcifications within the aorta as it curves down in the chest. And so these are findings that have been seen for years, and as technology has changed, some of that brightness associated with the calcifications has lit up in a different way. But it's not always reported because of the technology as well as the consequence associated with stirring the pot in every little incidental finding. But there have been more and more research studies looking at these breast arterial calcifications so that we can understand where that disease process is going in their bodies. Starting in the 1980s, there were a lot more research studies looking at how the calcifications seem to be more common in our patients with diabetes. So again, with these technical advances in mammography, we are now detecting calcifications within people's breasts in a much greater percentage. So more recent studies are showing that about 12.7% of women undergoing breast cancer screening have some degree of calcification. And I suspect that in newer radiographic equipment, we may be even seeing it more than that. The highest prevalence is in our Hispanic patient population at 35%, which follows closely with our African American and Caucasian patients thereafter. But is this associated with cardiovascular disease? We know that we look for coronary artery calcifications in our CAT scan imaging. So coronary calcium scores and CT coronary angiograms give us a window into these calcium deposits, and it's a very promising risk stratification tool that we use a lot in our office. In this research study, it looked at 6 studies that showed a positive association with breast calcification and cardiovascular disease. So the largest study was only 819 women, but that did seem to show a very positive association between breast arterial calcification and angiographically proven coronary artery disease on invasive angiogram. So these studies are small, so we need clearly a lot more concrete data before this becomes a recommendation or a guideline, but it certainly is very interesting to think that we could use mammograms for this. So if you look at this research study, this is a mammogram showing fairly severe breast calcifications, and this is the same patient's coronary calcium score, and this bright white are calcium deposits within this patient's heart arteries. So the take-home points are that breast arterial calcification may be a new and exciting risk factor for coronary artery disease prevention. We have to understand that it is a bit of a different process of calcification in the arteries, but they may all be linked to the aging process, and it's things that we need to understand more. That this was first linked with our diabetic patients, but with newer technologies, we're hoping to understand how and where the calcium gets deposited. And the interesting thing about using mammograms as a cardiovascular disease prevention tool is that women are generally getting them on a somewhat regular basis, so it wouldn't be an extra study. And also, there's no more radiation, so you wouldn't have to do a coronary calcium score or a CAT scan to be able to detect calcification, because you'd be getting that information from the study that the patients are getting for their mammogram screening anyway. So for case number 2, we have a 50-year-old female who is perimenopausal. She's seen for her physical. Her blood pressure, her cholesterol, her blood sugar numbers are all elevating, and she's reporting to her practitioner that she's having hot flashes and some mood lability. She's asking her practitioner about the pros and cons of hormone replacement therapy. So we're going to talk about hormone replacement therapy and heart disease. So the biggest take-home message associated with newer data looking at hormone replacement therapy and heart disease is that it is not recommended for primary or secondary cardiovascular disease prevention. So what that means is if you go to your doctor and you're not having any other reason to be on hormone replacement therapy, it shouldn't be prescribed to prevent your first heart attack, or if you've already had a heart attack, that second one. But we do know that being on hormones does change certain risk factors that we have for cardiovascular disease. So being on estrogen has a favorable effect on your cholesterol numbers as well as your blood sugar. But this is not the full story as it relates to cardiovascular disease and heart health, and hormones. The clinical indications for hormone replacement therapy are truly based in symptoms. So the most common indication is for patients that are experiencing hot flashes, mood lability, depression, they have sleep disturbances, some vaginal dryness. The practitioner would take all those symptoms and consider a patient's age, and then calculate out what their risks are for cardiovascular disease or breast cancer to determine their therapies. Hormone replacement therapy is no longer indicated for the chronic disease processes such as coronary artery disease, but also osteoporosis, cognitive dysfunction. This is our somewhat rudimentary cardiovascular risk calculator. It's online, and it is something that is used to calculate what a woman's risk of having an event is, cardiovascular event. And once you calculate out whether a woman has a 10-year cardiovascular risk score of less than 5%, she would be considered to be, oops, I got too excited, okay for hormone replacement therapy. If she has a 5 to 10% risk of a 10-year event, she would be considered okay for hormone replacement therapy, but with an erring towards a transdermal therapy. And if she's at a greater than 10% 10-year cardiovascular risk score, then she should avoid hormone replacement therapy. So I mentioned that there's a difference between the topical and the oral hormone replacement therapies, just depending on your risk. The biggest difference that we see as it relates to the body's processing of these substances is that the oral estrogen is taken in, is activated through the liver circulation. And when it is in your liver, there are activations of clotting factors. And so those clotting factors can put you at more risk for having blood clots. There don't seem to be any long-term studies with the transdermals, but all the earlier studies seem to show that the transdermal estrogen does not seem to increase your clotting risk, and it may be better for our patients that have moderate risk of coronary artery disease. In terms of other preparations like progesterone and testosterone, the progesterone does seem to be something that is very safe as part of uterine protection. Micronized progesterone is something that has not been shown to have increased venous thrombotic risk, so no increased blood clotting risk. But there are some other preparations of progesterone out there, like injection therapies that do seem to have some increased risk. Testosterone and bioidentical treatments are not recommended through most of the research studies at this time, but most of it has to do with the fact that the research studies are really still investigative right now, so stay tuned for further information in that regard. As it relates to the time to start patients on hormone replacement therapy, there's been a lot of discussion over the years regarding that, and you can see that this is how disease seems to progress in heart arteries over the years. So when you're younger, you have little fatty streaks, and over time you develop up more plaque, more hard plaque, and then ultimately you can end up with plaque rupture. This research study looking at treating women for on hormone replacement therapy earlier seems to show that you have a bit of a thwarting of that disease process. So the progression of disease seems to slow associated with hormone replacement therapy versus starting women on hormone replacement therapy later after they already have some plaque built up. You may actually put them at some risk for plaque rupture associated with being on these therapies. So really picking the time to put your patients on hormone replacement therapy would be very important. The goal is to start hormone replacement therapy less than age 60 and or within 10 years since menopause. And there are big research studies looking at the cost effectiveness of this because we obviously want to understand, do the ends justify the means in terms of treatments? When initiated in a woman's 50s, hormone replacement therapy seems to reduce all-cause mortality and is considered to be cost-effective. So it lowers the economic burden associated with symptoms, doctor's visits, as well as certain chronic disease processes. Our residents that are being trained need to be exposed to treatment options so that they can take care of their patients. This research study I found very interesting because it looked at 30 to 50% of residents in internal medicine, OBGYN, and family medicine, and they responded that they were not at all prepared to manage menopausal women. So 50% of the patients were, or maybe even more than that in OBGYN, were going to be met with practitioners that were not going to be prepared to take care of them. Also, between 50 and 60% were unable to identify the best treatment for patients that were menopausal but had severe symptoms. So you can imagine that situation where you go to the doctor's office and you're feeling very poorly and your practitioner doesn't know how to help you. So clearly, there's a lot more research and a lot more definitive algorithms that need to be set up, but also a lot of this is because the data is coming out as we speak with lots of new research studies pending currently. So the take-home points associated with this case are that hormone replacement therapy is not for primary or secondary cardiovascular disease prevention. It is for symptom prevention, so the vasomotor symptoms, mood lability, vaginal dryness. But you do want to choose the treatment based on the patient's cardiovascular and breast cancer risks, with the understanding that there are oral therapies as well as topical therapies, but to pick the right timing to start that therapy for the safety of your patient. The goal would be to start it in the patient's 50s, but certainly before they turn 60 years old. And without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Schaeffler.
All right, welcome everyone. I'm just going to share a few nuggets of information of how we can all help stave off the development of cardiovascular disease in our collective journey to get better, healthier lives. So this is my case, a 62-year-old female with osteoporosis on a recent DEXA scan. Her primary physician, rheumatologist, endocrinologist are in favor of supplementation. Her total cholesterol and LDL are mildly elevated, blood pressure and hemoglobin A1C are normal. She had a little bit of calcification on that CT scan that Nicole was mentioned, Dr. Weinberg mentioning earlier, and she has no family history of heart disease. So there are a lot of ways to get calcium and vitamin D supplementation aside from pills. It's estimated that about 40 to 60% of people are taking supplements, and they may not need to, actually. So I don't know how many people can guess how many glasses of milk equates to 10 minutes of sunlight exposure. 10 to 15 minutes. It's actually somewhere between 10 and 30 glasses of milk. So you can just go out in the sun with some amount of sunscreen and get your vitamin D for the day instead of spending a lot of money on supplements. There are also a lot of non-dairy sources of calcium and also vitamin D. So the effect of calcium supplementation is actually very controversial with data on both sides of the field. So neither calcium supplements, increased dietary calcium intake, or vitamin D supplements have been shown to increase all-cause or cardiovascular mortality, particularly in women. And combined supplementation of calcium and vitamin D is recommended for ideal absorption. So the Women's Health Initiative looked at over 36,000 postmenopausal women, 50 to 69. They were randomly assigned to calcium plus vitamin D or placebo. And this is a fairly low amount. You may want to check your supplements. You may be getting more. And cardiovascular disease was a pre-specified outcome. And at baseline, mean calcium intake was around 1150. And after 7 years, there was no difference on the incidence of heart attack or MI, myocardial infarction. Meta-analyses, though, have shown some increased risk with calcium supplementation. They were not designed to explore cardiovascular outcomes, but they did raise some concern in the field about giving your patients supplemental calcium. There are even prospective studies that have actually shown increased risk as well, showing a significantly increased risk of heart attack in users versus non-users of calcium supplements. The increased risk in heart disease death, interestingly, though, was in men and not women. But there were only 20 to 60 events in this study, so not a very high number. This was an interesting study that showed if you combine calcium with vitamin D, you may actually be able to stave off the increased risk that we saw in those earlier studies of heart attack or stroke. So some of the graphs above, the CaO is calcium only, and the CaD is calcium and vitamin D. And you can see that the calcium-only arm are the ones that had the most events, and the ones that took the calcium and vitamin D were about the same as the controls. There are other prospective studies that have not shown risk. This is a large cohort from the UK of over 400,000 patients that did not show any evidence of an association. And the hazard ratio for admission with MI was 0.97. So dietary calcium, all the studies that have been done on dietary calcium have shown either no relationship or an inverse relationship, meaning that it actually may help prevent events if you're taking calcium with vitamin D from your diet. So 23,000 participants were followed for 11 years. There was a reduction, actually, in MI risk in patients with higher versus lower dietary calcium, and randomized trials ascertained that this was a primary endpoint required to look at whether calcium supplementation is associated. Those may be needed in the future. Here are some mechanisms that we think about. So when you have a low vitamin D, we have a lot of thoughts about how that might actually affect your long-term outcomes. Interestingly, supplementation with vitamin D alone has not been shown to reduce cardiovascular events, but there are a lot of necessary processes within your body that rely on vitamin D. So getting an adequate amount is critical. Also, we have some purported mechanisms that increased circulating calcium can be damaging. And so the thought behind that is that the inherent boost of transient hypercalcemia from taking bolus amounts through vitamins, for example, or supplements may trigger the coagulation cascade differently than dietary calcium would. There are also some other thoughts about smooth muscle contraction leading to increased blood pressure, as well as vascular deposition of calcium leading to atherosclerosis and aortic calcification. So what do we do with all of this? Honestly, this is, I think, one of the harder topics for me to process and help my patients with because there's data on both sides. But from the National Osteoporosis Foundation, as well as the American Society for Preventive Cardiology, the recommendation is there's only moderate quality evidence that calcium with or without vitamin D has no relationship. And so calcium intake from food is actually the recommended first, or supplements, but not to exceed 2,000 milligrams a day. And that's pretty much the max. Adequate calcium and vitamin D levels are important for systemic metabolism, specifically bone metabolism, and we should all make an effort to get them in their natural forms. And if it's necessary, for example, you're at high risk of fractures and your physician has had a conversation with you that this is really important, that's a little bit of a different discussion. Or maybe you have preeclampsia, it's actually a condition in pregnancy that benefits from supplemental calcium, that you should have that individual discussion with your practitioner. And vitamin D supplementation should not be used, as I was saying, for cardiac prevention purposes. So how much should you take? These are some guidelines from a recent paper by Erin Mikos, a leader in prevention, about just the quantity you should aim for. So about 600 IUs or international units for vitamin D. Just to give you a frame of reference, being in the sun for about 15 minutes would give you about 1,000 international units, which is your daily requirement. And then looking at the max would be about 4,000. And they're obviously a little bit different for ages. And then the maximum daily requirement really for calcium is 1,000 to 1,200 and up to 2,000 or 2,500. And then another interesting point I thought from this review is actually we have some differing thresholds for calling people vitamin D deficient. And so these thresholds are actually leading to this epidemic of people that are vitamin D, quote, deficient and taking vitamin D that may not actually need so much supplementation. So maybe 20 is adequate potentially versus 30, depending on which society you look at. Either the National Academy of Medicine versus endocrinology has a little bit of a different cut point. And again, there are a lot of foods high in calcium and vitamin D. So take-home points for the general population, to think about getting vitamin D through sun exposure and diet. If you're inadequate or deficient, to think about supplementation along with your practitioner. And then for calcium, same thing, trying to get it from your dietary sources and discussing with your physician if you have key needs for getting vitamin D. The last section here is about a 55-year-old woman who comes in to discuss her cardiovascular risk. Largely, her risk factors are fairly unremarkable. Lipids, blood pressure, hemoglobin A1C is normal. She does mention a family history of early heart disease, and she did have gestational diabetes during her first pregnancy, as well as preeclampsia. And most women I talk to do not divulge this unless you actually ask. So most people think it's just a passing thing that happened during pregnancy, old news, nobody wants to hear about it. So I'm here to change that thought. So complications in pregnancy actually have a lot of impact on future cardiovascular risk. Maternal heart disease, as we heard earlier, it's a major threat to safe motherhood and women's long-term cardiovascular health. It's the leading cause of death in pregnant women and women postpartum. And most recent data indicate that it's about 26% of US pregnancy-related deaths are cardiovascular related. And there are disparities in outcomes, higher rates of morbidity and mortality in non-white and lower income women, and there are a lot of different contributing factors. So barriers to access, missed opportunities to identify disease risk factors, gaps in intrapartum care, and delays in recognizing symptoms after delivery. As someone who's had 2 children, I remember there's one 6-week visit and then you're kind of tossed aside to see you later. So that's a really important visit to capture issues and to maybe reestablish care, because a lot of the women that I see, their gynecologist is their primary care doctor and they don't actually have a primary care doctor. So it's really important to optimize pre-pregnancy cardiovascular health, some of the basics like not smoking, checking whether to see you have sleep apnea, blood pressure control, high cholesterol, all these things actually do contribute to increased risk of cardiovascular complications in pregnancy. I share this image with a lot of my patients that come in that are pregnant who are saying, my blood pressure is a little higher now. I have palpitations, my heart rate's up. So some of those changes are physiologic and expected during pregnancy. However, if your blood pressure is getting to above 140 or a diastolic above 120 on 2 separate occasions, at least 4 hours apart, and you're more than 20 weeks pregnant, that's gestational hypertension. And so this was a study actually looking at, because we're trying to understand how do these issues then result in long-term problems for women. So this was looking at women who had developed hypertension during their pregnancy or hypertension and diabetes, and it actually found something called, impaired flow-mediated dilation, which means vascular issues, kind of at a cellular physiologic level, can lead to an increased risk of high blood pressure later in life. So much more significantly than their counterparts. There's something called preeclampsia, which is that gestational hypertension along with protein in your urine or other symptoms like neurological symptoms or visual symptoms. And in these women that had preeclampsia during their pregnancy, this was a meta-analysis of 10 studies. More of them had initial kind of subclinical atherosclerosis developing as defined by carotid intimal medial thickness than their counterparts, even when they were normotensive later in life, which I found to be pretty interesting. And then finally, gestational diabetes, really an important comorbidity to discuss. Glucose intolerance, first detected in pregnancy, very common. I can already name in my head about 5 friends that developed gestational diabetes who are not diabetic now. But the important thing is regular screening after pregnancy. So 50 to 60% increased lifetime risk of type 2 diabetes, having gestational diabetes. And that presence of gestational diabetes is associated with an increased risk of coronary artery calcification, which Dr. Weinberg mentioned, the plaque that calcifies over time that we find on calcium scores. And the cardiovascular risk could be placental hormones, maybe more inflammatory cytokines that increases atherosclerosis by increasing insulin resistance, et cetera. And gestational diabetes is growing over the years. You can see just from 2000 till 2019, the increase in obesity and gestational diabetes. And they're actually linked with a lot of different complications. So it could be peripartum cardiomyopathy or heart failure in pregnancy, could have a higher risk of developing kidney issues. There are a lot of things associated with gestational diabetes aside from what I was just mentioning. So what can we do? We want to increase awareness, increase screening, increase access for pregnant women and women after pregnancy. And really importantly, I want to underscore sharing history of pregnancy complications with practitioners to prevent future cardiovascular disease. And so this is a chart that I regularly bring up in my clinic visits, which is the American College of Cardiology, American Heart Association Primary Prevention Guidelines. So we're instructed to do this risk score. It's called the ASCVD risk score. You can Google it and check yours. You put in data like blood pressure, your cholesterol, your race. Interestingly, you can only be white, African American, or other for race. So we inherently know that it's flawed, right? So there are other things that we look at which are risk enhancers. And if you look at the risk enhancer here that I've outlined in red, conditions specific to women, including complications during pregnancy, as well as premature menopause, for example, do really increase your risk. And unless we go through this line by line, we miss things. So this is something I think that's really important, and it's part of our guidelines, whereas some of these other risk factors are emerging and newer and haven't made it into the guidelines yet. Hopefully they'll make it into the next iteration. So kind of in summary, thinking about how do we improve cardiovascular outcomes, thinking about it as a team-based approach. I have been involved in many OB cardiology team meetings during various parts of my training journeys, and I think it really improves outcomes for women that have pre-existing cardiovascular disease or develop it later in life. And we even have these cardio-obstetrics teams now, which are composed of anesthesiologists, maternal fetal medicine doctors, heart failure specialists, general cardiologists, et cetera. So take-home points. Cardiovascular complications are a leading cause of maternal mortality. They can increase your risk of heart disease postpartum. So if you're planning pregnancy or you know somebody who is, make sure they're monitoring for these risk factors. And if they emerge, adequate care is critical. And if you had these complications, make sure to inform your practitioners now. So in conclusion, just concluding from Dr. Weinberg's talk, annual mammography may yield a new cardiovascular risk factor in breast arterial calcification. Hormone replacement is heavily investigated, but recommendations for now require an evaluation in breast cancer risks of cardiac and breast cancer risk, but only for symptom management. And then calcium and vitamin D are vital. It's ideal to obtain them through dietary sources. But again, additional supplementation may be required in conditions such as osteoporosis, increased fracture risk, and pregnancy complications are important to treat, recognize early, and any history lead to close patient monitoring to prevent future disease. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Drs. Weinberg and Schaeffler, for that important and excellent talk. Now we know what to ask our doctors about at our next appointment. We're about to go on break, but a few quick announcements first. If you haven't done so already, check out our raffle items in the foyer. We'll be choosing a few winners right when we get back, so get your tickets in now. We also have the incredible zoo retreat for you to bring 3 guests, can be kids, adults, whatever you like, and 2 incredible silent auction items to check out, including a couple nights at the Waldorf Astoria. Those close at 1 p.m. Please take a moment to speak to our wonderful exhibitors, both in the ballroom and in the foyer. We'll see you back here in about 10 minutes, or around 10:45.
Back to business. So our next presentation is from Dr. Richard Wright. If you have ever come to Pacific Heart Institute, you will notice lots of pictures of wild animals on the walls. Many are from a trip that Dr. Wright took to Africa a few years ago. A true Michelangelo, Dr. Wright has many interests that are not just linked to photography, but also include travel, history, and all things cardiology. Dr. Wright is a prolific speaker, and we are honored to have him here today. Without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Richard Wright.
Well, thanks very much, Nicole. What I want to do today is to take you through a journey talking about blood pressure. And blood pressure may seem, something that's, who cares about blood pressure, and it's simple, et cetera. But I hope to convince you that it's not. And we're going to talk, I love the history. I'm not going to go back 4 billion years or however many years Barbara went through. But we are going to go back a couple hundred years to talk about how we developed the technology, because you don't think of blood pressure as being a high-tech thing, but it is actually. It took a lot of time and effort to figure out how to measure blood pressure and what it means. These are my disclosures. None of these have anything to do with high blood pressure and its measurement. So let's talk a little bit about history. Let's go back to the end of World War II. Here's a famous photo from the Yalta Conference. And as you recognize, the leaders of the free world at that time, and one thing that all of these leaders shared was a problem, and that problem was they all had severe hypertension. These are the blood pressures the day of the Yalta meeting of these 3 leaders of the free world. And what further linked to these 3 leaders is they all died of stroke. Stroke was a common problem back in the day. It's actually fallen about 70% in our lifetimes. The reason for that is because of identification of one of the major causes of stroke, which is high blood pressure. And you can see the years that Churchill and Roosevelt and Stalin died. And in fact, we have exquisite records of the president. There's Franklin Delano Roosevelt's blood pressure. He had his blood pressure taken twice a day by the White House physician. But the only treatment for high blood pressure in the 1940s was phenobarbital. And they didn't want to sedate the leader of World War II. So you can see the day he died, his blood pressure on the upper right was 300 over 190, and then he had a hemorrhagic stroke and died that day. So let's go back and talk about the concept of blood pressure, which seems to us to be natural, but in fact it took the seminal observations of William Harvey in the 1600s to describe the fact that the heart actually pumped blood and that the blood circulated around. In one of the most famous medical treatises in the world, De Motu Cordis, depicted here. But even William Harvey didn't have the ability to measure pressure. He knew that the blood was under pressure, but there was no technique to measure pressure. And that took until the late 1800s. With the advent of between engineers and biologists to figure out how can we actually measure, and this is before they had the ability to, the very first blood pressure measurements, by the way, were sticking glass tubes into the arteries of a horse and seeing how high the blood would rise in a tube. So not something that would be applicable to people, really. But in the late 1800s, they started developing techniques to measure blood pressure. The problem was these were smoke-filled drums, and it was not something that was ready to go to the clinic. until 1896, when the Italian Rivarocci was able to say, well, how about if we have a cuff, and you can see his cuff there, and he attached it to a mercury device to see how high the pressure would rise. And that was the first of the modern blood pressure cuffs, 1896. If you come to my office, you can look in my cabinet of curiosities, and I actually have some of these original blood pressure manometers. But the sentinel moment wasn't actually Rivarocci, it was the Russian Korotkov, who decided to marry the stethoscope. Now, the stethoscope had been invented in 1816 to keep physicians' ears off the breasts of ladies, and that's why it was developed. But this guy said, well, what if I marry the Rivarocci cuff to a stethoscope and put it on the arm? And when he did that, he was able to hear sounds, the Korotkov sounds. And that indeed, to this day, here we are, 120 years later, and it is still the standard method of measuring blood pressure in the world today. And what was found when that was used is going back to physiology here, the blood pressure, right? So your heart beats, it propels blood forward. The peak pressure measurable is called systolic, and then as the heart relaxes, the blood pressure declines until the next beat, and the lowest point that it declines to is termed diastolic blood pressure. Now that seems very easy, but in the next few minutes I want to go through the variations in this and the problems that we as clinicians face trying to say what is somebody's blood pressure and what does blood pressure mean. So the first concept is that blood pressure varies depending on where you measure it. Most people don't understand that the blood pressure in the arm is higher than the blood pressure that the heart actually generates, or in the aorta, the blood vessel just above the heart. And they go, well, that's not possible. How could pressure increase as you go down the arterial circuit? Well, it's because there are reflectant waves, and if you think of the ocean or in your bathtub, if you have two waves that sum, then the pressure will be higher at that instant. And as the heart propels blood down the circulation, some of the wave of the blood pressure reflects off small blood vessels, for example, in the hands, and propagates backwards, and they meet in the arm. So if you look at that going left to right, there's a little rise in the pressure as you go down the arterial tree until you start getting into very small blood vessels, and then the blood vessels have less pressure and less pressure as the millions of miles of capillaries, et cetera, until finally you have the venous pressure in the lower right there depicted in blue. So the heart's job is to take pressure, the venous pressure there, and elevate it back up to systolic as the next beat is undertaken. Now that's all fine, but does this mean anything? Well, once you started taking lots of blood pressures, what you found is depicted here. These are 300,000 American men who had their blood pressure measured, and then they were just followed over decades. And the question is, what does blood pressure portend with regards to total mortality, and in this particular thing, death from cardiovascular disease? And I want to walk you through this because this actually tells you a lot. So the first concept is that both diastolic and systolic pressures connote some information about future risk, but the greater information is obtained from the systolic pressure. Many of you may think the diastolic is important, but it turns out it's way less important no matter what your diastolic pressure is. And indeed, if you look at the blue bars here and you start with somebody whose blood pressure is less than 120 for systolic, and then their diastolic rises, yes, if you have a high diastolic pressure, you're more likely over the following 12 years to die from a cardiovascular event. But look at how flat it is. If your blood pressure is 155 over 70, 80, 90, or 100, there's no difference, right? Very little difference here. In fact, if you look at the reverse, let's say your diastolic is low, but your systolic goes up. It's the systolic pressure that contains all the information. And if you just look at pressures, all you need to know is the systolic number, really. The diastolic falls off in terms of predictiveness. In fact, the worst pressures are people that have very high systolics, but they have low diastolic. Here's a person who's 160 over 70. It's way better to be 160 over 100 than it is to be 160 over 70. And the reason for that is because a high diastolic pressure means that the sum of the intrinsic nature of the blood vessels is retained. So when Barb talked about giraffes, the heart generates a pressure, but for the pressure to propel up into the brain, the carotid arteries of giraffes actually have some contractile ability. So when blood is propelled into the carotids during diastole, the blood pressure, and if you saw the pressure she showed you of a giraffe, the diastolic pressure is exceedingly high, and that's because the carotid arteries are contractile and have valves in them to propel blood to the brain. The worst people are these, right? High systolic, low diastolic, because those arteries are stiff pipes. And if you get old, and you heard about calcification of the artery, as the artery calcifies, it loses the elasticity and rubberiness and contractileness, and as a consequence, it's like a lead pipe. And that's why systolic is so much more important than diastolic. Now, most of the focus in years past had been looking at cardiovascular mortality. And as you heard earlier, focusing on one thing, in Barb's case, on just humans and ignoring the bulk of the rest of the animal kingdom, if you just look at heart mortality, you will also miss some of the benefit of predictiveness of blood pressure. So for example, the blood pressure is very much more predictive of heart failure, kidney failure, stroke, than it is of heart attack. But in people who didn't know that, they first looked at heart attack. And if you look, for example, at that same trial, and you say over the next 12 years adjusted for age, and you have to adjust for age because, as I'll show you, blood pressure goes up with age, that there is a correlation between systolic pressure, left to right, versus dying of a cardiovascular event. And that the inflection point is somewhere down here. And we'll talk about what normal is, because there's very little difference you can see here if your blood pressure is 90, 100, 110. But about 115 is the inflection point, and anything above that predicts that there will be a higher likelihood of cardiac events. Although most of us reside down at this lower end of the curve, and we'll explore that because that is where most of the action is. There aren't a lot of people anymore walking around with blood pressures like Stalin and Churchill and our former president had. So let's look at that in a little more detail. First concept is blood pressure does not exist by itself. And epidemiologic studies now, and even genetic studies, show that there's a connection between blood pressure and lipids. And one of the reasons there's a connection is that if you have very high lipids, you're more likely to calcify your blood vessels and therefore more likely to have elevated blood pressure. So these Venn diagrams of blood pressure and cholesterol overlap. And this has been shown in numerous studies now, where prospectively, if you look at, no matter how you look at it, and here, for example, they're looking at all sorts of different ways to measure the bad guys, the LDL, versus blood pressure. And indeed, if you look at blown up here, this correlates. So apolipoprotein B is one measurement of LDL. Those of you who've been to my office, you've had your LDL particle number measured. This is the number of cholesterol particles made in your liver, nothing to do with what you eat. And it turns out if your liver is programmed to make more of those, and this is a genetic programming, you're more likely to have elevated blood pressure, substantially so. The correlation is really quite strong. And that's why when we talk about blood pressure, since blood pressure doesn't exist by itself, very commonly people are going to end up having both a problem with blood pressure and a problem with cholesterol and need treatment for both. And we'll discuss that when we look at treatment methods in a minute. The other thing to remember is that in our societies, we'll talk about this in a second, our blood pressure rises. So your blood pressure will rise on average just under 1 millimeter mercury per year, starting after about age 18. And here, if you look at as people get followed, what happens is the blood pressure systolic rises throughout one's life. Diastolic rises until about the age of 55, and then it starts to fall, which is one reason why diastolic pressure loses its predictiveness and why we only focus on treating this systolic pressure. Right? Now, why does the pressure rise? Well, the first thing to recognize, and you heard about Barb looking at giraffes and lions, and now we learn a lot from bacteria, right? I mean, CRISPR that she talked about of transferring the giraffe gene into an animal, that's a technology that was developed by bacteria, right? So learning from bacteria and yeast and other things helps us a lot, but we can also learn from other human populations. Look at the average blood pressure of indigenous tribes people. So those of you, many of you may know, I took a year between medicine and cardiology. I was a medical missionary in the Amazon for a head-hunting Stone Age tribe. The average blood pressure of people coming to our medical facility was 90/60, even if they were 70 or 80 years old. And indeed, this is the Yanomamo Indians in Brazil, and their average blood pressure as an adult is 95/61. And that's true in other indigenous populations in the world, and it allows us perhaps some insight into why is it that we as Americans have our blood pressure go up a point a year, whereas if you look at the Amazonian Indians, their blood pressure drops as they get older, right? This is the average decline per decade. Their blood pressure goes down a point per year every decade. Ours goes up 10 points per decade. So there's not a lot of genetic difference between a Stone Age tribes person in Brazil or Ecuador versus somebody growing up in Los Angeles. So what is the difference there? We're not sure, but there's been a lot of emphasis placed on dietary differences. And most of the emphasis, actually let me go back one slide, has been on sodium intake. Now the sodium has an enormous difference in the world. The highest sodium intake in a population base is in northern China, where the average number of milligrams of sodium is 6,100 milligrams per day. In the Amazon jungle, the average is 38 milligrams per day. That's a multi-hundred-fold difference in sodium. So people said, well, maybe it's salt. But in actuality, the bigger difference is salt and potassium. So if you live in the jungle, it rains almost every day. The sodium gets washed down the Amazon River, and there's no salt. And the only salt you get is from eating a few animals, because there's no salt in vegetables per se. But there is potassium. So the other difference that has been less scrutinized, but may be equally important, is that Stone Age tribes people eat much more potassium than we do. And if you look at the difference of the sodium-potassium ratio in the diet between Chinese and Amazonian Indians, it's over 1,000-fold different. And that may be the secret, but that remains to be decided. Okay? The other thing to remember is that blood pressure varies. It varies by 100% day and night. So your blood pressure is not a fixed number. It's not like your height. Your height varies a little bit from morning to night, but your blood pressure varies by 100% between morning and night. So one of the questions that's very pervasive is, okay, what blood pressure do we use to determine whether somebody actually has elevated blood pressure? Because these are some of the things that vary blood pressure. Just me talking raises the blood pressure. There are day-night changes that are dramatic, as I said, about 100%. The temperature of the room in which you're sitting or standing will change it. So will the day of the week. So blood pressures are different on Saturday than they are on Monday, for example. There are differences between seasons of year, and these are very large databases where you take 100,000 people with 24-hour ambulatory blood pressure measurements that we'll talk about in a minute, and you can see these large-scale and small-scale differences. The biggest changes, though, that affect a decision about should you be on a blood pressure medicine or not is this alert reaction that Barb mentioned, what we would call the white coat effect, but it's not unique, of course, to the medical environment. Anytime you get frightened, your blood pressure usually goes up. If you're in intense pain, it can go down, as she showed when you pass out. Even food ingestion, the most common time in a nursing home for elderly individuals to faint is after lunch, because when you eat, there are hormones that are released. 2,000 different genes are turned on and 2,000 genes turned off with any one meal. The proteome changes dramatically, and as a consequence, the blood pressure changes within an hour after eating. And even things like when you're measuring someone's blood pressure in the office, is their bladder full or their bladder empty? Rhythm disturbances. As a cardiologist, many of our patients come in and they're having arrhythmia, particularly atrial fibrillation. That varies with the blood pressure, and there are many other differences. But we're going to focus mostly on the use of devices, because many of you have your blood pressure machines at home, and I want to explore whether those machines really are good enough, if you will, for medical decision making. The other thing to remember is that somebody did a very ingenious study. They provided blood pressure cuffs to patients and sent them home and said, I want you to record your blood pressure twice a day. And it turned out there was selective reporting, because there was a computer chip inside the blood pressure monitor that actually recorded everything. And it turned out the patients only wrote down the ones they thought their doctor wanted to know. So we have to be suspect of the veracity of data that our patients provide to us. But let's look at blood pressure variability, or the white coat effect as we term it. Here's a very interesting study. They actually put catheters into an artery, right? So the ultimate way to measure blood pressure is actually to measure it directly. You put a little tube in the artery and then you get an instantaneous reading of the blood pressure. If you do that, and then you say, what happens when Mr. Smith or Mrs. Jones puts a blood pressure cuff on their own arm? Well, it turns out the blood pressure goes up 10/6, just applying the cuff to their arm. If they then push the button to inflate the cuff, it goes up another 6 points, right? And these are all verified by indwelling arterial catheters. A physician walks in the room, 20 millimeter rise in blood pressure. And all the time, patients just say, take my blood pressure again, I know it's going to be better. Well, it's still a little better, but it's still 12 points higher than before I entered the room, and 10 minutes later, it's still 11 points higher, right? That's the alert reaction. If you then instead say, okay, let's put a blood pressure cuff on a person that automatically inflates, so the person doesn't have to put the cuff on, doesn't have to push the button, the cuff becomes what you and I might call white noise, right? I mean, if you tune into any place you're sitting in LA, you might be able to hear traffic noise, but normally the brain filters it out. So it turns out that if you put a 24-hour blood pressure monitor cuff on somebody, after the first 2 inflations, the brain tunes it out. And then you actually get accurate blood pressures. And compared to indwelling arterial catheters, there's no difference between a 24-hour ambulatory blood pressure monitor and an indwelling arterial catheter. Now, does that mean that maybe we should have home cuffs? Here are many different home cuffs. Many of you own these. You can go out and buy one at your local Ralph's or CVS or Costco, wherever you want. Order one online. I've seen them as low as $20. And you may ask the question, how can they make a device that measures blood pressure that only costs $20? Well, the actuality is they can't, because none of these actually directly measure blood pressure, believe it or not. And I have a whole lecture about the oscillometric method, but I'll just, in a nutshell, tell you how these measure blood pressure. There's a little $1 computer chip in there, and it's been pre-programmed to say that when the cuff inflates and deflates, as an artery starts to, as the cuff deflates, the artery starts to expand. And the cuff detects that and then fits it to an algorithm to say that the slope of the decline of the oscillations normally means a blood pressure 120/80, and that's what it displays. It doesn't actually directly measure blood pressure. Okay? So let's look at these cuffs. Here's a recent study that actually didn't apply these to patients, but to a device which pulsates blood into a tube, and then these can be used to see, are they accurate? Now, this gets rid of the human variation, so it tells us about precision and accuracy. So here's a cuff. This happens to be a brand Oxaline, in which the actual pressure, which was 120/80 programmed into this machine, was, and you can see across here, it said the blood pressure was 120, 119, and 120. That's very precise. The machine repeatedly says, and it's also accurate, right? Because 120 was what was programmed in, so this particular device was both precise and accurate, okay? Here's a different brand. This happens to be a German brand. And this cuff, this particular machine, read the blood pressure as 120, and then it read it as 100, and then it run it as 118. So that's not very precise. I mean, you take 3 readings, you get 3 different measurements, right? And one of them, 120 versus 100, is way off. So that's both imprecise and inaccurate. Couldn't reproduce, and it wasn't very accurate in terms of what the actual reading was. And here's the Omron, the most commonly sold. And you can see in this particular machine, it was very precise. It read the blood pressure as being the same. It's just that it was 10 points too high in this particular machine. So it was precise but inaccurate. And that's the problem with these cuffs. Because there is no microphone, it's not synced to the EKG, there's no way that it knows exactly what the pressure is. And that's because when these cuffs get certified, they don't have to be certified to be precise and accurate for an individual measurement. What they have to be certified as is that they are accurate for a herd of people. So as an example, I could design a cuff, and if it read 20 points too high for all the women in the audience and 20 points too low for all the men in the audience, it would be certified as being accurate because the mean was accurate. And you go, boy, that's not helpful, me as a clinician, for any one patient. And indeed, if you look at the spread, And there are many of these. This happens to be one. This happens to be drugstore machines, like at CVS, you put your arm in there, but the same types of things are there when you say, let's take a home machine and let's put everybody in this room on that machine. Well, what happens is, here's the accurate reading would be no difference, but for some people, the machine reads 20 points too low, it reads 15 points too high, and you can see it's a perfect scattergram. But if the mean is accurate, then it's certifiable. And that's the fundamental problem with using the home machines, is that they are not accurate enough to make a medical decision on. The delta, the difference may be, so that if I'm giving you a blood pressure medicine and your home cuff says your blood pressure fell 10 points, that may be accurate. But for you to say my blood pressure is 138 versus 128 is impossible with the current methodology that's employed. And that's where the 24-hour blood pressure machine comes in. This is not a new concept. It just took better technology, but the first home blood pressure measurements actually date pre-World War II. And then eventually the blood pressure markers from home were proven to be more accurate. So here's what the normal 24-hour ambulatory blood pressure looks like for a human population. And this is a summation. This is from Suzanne Operl, but there are hundreds of thousands of people in databases that show this. And there's a circadian variation. So this is the blood pressure during the waking hours, and then it falls. The typical difference during sleep is 10 or 20%, and that's called dipping, and that's normal. The pressure rises starting a few hours before you wake up, your normal waking time, in anticipation that you're going to wake up, and the highest pressure is usually when you first wake up, right? It's not during work hours, it's when you first wake up because of hormones and things that are being exuded in anticipation of the day. Now that's what these are just looking at systolic pressures here, but this is what a systolic pressure of a high blood pressure individual, so notice the average daytime systolic is about 150. In this particular thing, they added a drug, and in this case it was drug A versus drug B. There are over 150 different ways to lower blood pressure in the world today. Turns out if you took a dart and threw it at the PDR and wherever it landed, you use that drug, what would happen? You'd have a reduction. Because no blood pressure drug on the market doesn't lower blood pressure, that's why they got on the market. They had to prove that they lowered blood pressure. So you can see here's what happened with the first drug, and you lowered the blood pressure, and it's about 10 millimeters of mercury. If you add a second drug, you get a little less, but the reason is because you're starting from a lower. It doesn't mean the second drug was less useful. It's just that as a proportion of the blood pressure, the better your blood pressure is, the less the next blood pressure drug will lower your pressure, right? So there's a order, a sequencing. But in this particular individual, to get to near normal pressures, it took 2 medicines. And as you and I age, it takes more and more medicines to achieve our goal and we'll talk about what is the goal, because that's a big thing. The other thing that came out of 24-hour blood pressure monitor is the recognition that if you have a white coat effect, so let's say you go to the doctor's office, every single time your blood pressure is 157 over 80, whatever the number is. Well, it turns out that that may not project anything about your future likelihood of a stroke, a heart attack, kidney failure, heart failure, or death. And indeed, if you look at large databases, here's one of almost 2,000 high blood pressure individuals, all of whom had blood pressures measured in the office and all of whom had 24-hour blood pressure monitors. And then you ask, what's the event rate of cardiovascular events, which is the vertical axis here, for somebody whose blood pressure is normal both at home and in the doctor's office versus they have high blood pressure in the doctor's office, but they're normal at home. And you can see if your pressure is 155 at the doctor's office, but it's normal at home, the risk difference between normal in doc's office, high in the doctor's office, but normal at home, very, very little. The main thing that high blood pressure on 24-hour ambulatory monitoring, if it shows just white coat effect, what that does is predict the person's more likely to develop bona fide high blood pressure in the next 10 years. So it's a risk predictor for high blood pressure. So white coat effect may not need treatment. That's an important take-home message, because there are lots of people, it turns out it's 35% of all people that have high blood pressure readings in the doctor's office don't actually have hypertension. They just have a white coat effect. The second thing to remember is that there are some people, and these people, there are people who have normal pressure in the doctor's office, less than 140, but they have elevated pressure at home, right? I call those people the bad marriage people, because who would possibly have higher blood pressure at home than in the doctor's office? Doesn't make any sense, but there are those people. It turns out it's between 10 and 25% of the population. And even if your pressure is normal in the doctor's office, if it's high at home, you will do badly. So that's why 24-hour blood pressure is a superior metric. And indeed, if you look at the governmental bodies, here's one, the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force. They say there's convincing data that the ambulatory blood pressure is the best method for diagnosing hypertension, that is significantly associated with elevated risk, and in fact, they say it's the reference standard, and I will not label anybody as having high blood pressure without confirmation of a 24-hour blood pressure monitor, because you just can be deluded and led down a garden path. So let's talk about, now that we know what the physiology of blood pressure is, let's talk about hypertension as an entity and what we do about it. So the first concept that is high blood pressure is a blood pressure reading, but it doesn't mean that you have hypertension. If I had you run around the block, your blood pressure is going to be 210. That doesn't mean you have hypertension. You have an elevated blood pressure reading because physiologically it's important to have a reading at that moment in time. Hypertension is a disease process, which is manifest most often by elevated blood pressure readings when they shouldn't be elevated. And it may be that hypertension is the problem in that high blood pressure is a reflection of it. So if you get an infection, one of the reflections of the infection might be a fever. But you don't die of the fever. You might die of the infection. The fever is only a marker. And that may be true of hypertension as well. Maybe hypertension is the disease, high blood pressure is the marker. We use that to see whether we're attacking, if you will, the fundamental problems. I will show you evidence that if somebody manifests hypertension, as manifest by repeatedly elevated blood pressure readings outside of the medical environment, that lowering that blood pressure is better to a point, right? So lowering LDL cholesterol, for example, there is no lower limit. The lower you go, the better you do. Lowering blood pressure, obviously there is a lower limit, because if you lower it to zero, you're dead, right? So there's going to be a saddle shape where there's a sweet spot, and we'll tell you what that sweet spot is. And the last point is, does it matter how you lower blood pressure? If you've identified somebody who truly has hypertension and has elevated blood pressure readings in the home environment, for example, does it matter whether I select drug A, B, C, D, or we do lifestyle changes, et cetera? And we'll look at the data to say what that is. So here's the unifying model. I put my unifying model because this is my construct of this. But all those things on the top, right? Whether you have abnormal lipids, or you happen to be sedentary, or you follow a bad diet, or you have bad genetics, or your blood sugar is too high, or you've chosen stupidly to smoke cigarettes, or you're obese, all those things lead to some perturbation of the normal anatomy and physiology of the blood vessels. I've labeled it here as vascular perturbation. And that's manifest by lots of things you've heard already. Inflammation, vasoconstriction, et cetera. And those are mediated by various, in white there, various things, like diminished endogenous vasodilators like nitric oxide, but also things like excess angiotensin and catecholamines. All of these come into play because we've used those things in the white to lower blood pressure. Those are attack points. So that's one of the strategies and tactics we can use to lower blood pressure. Elevated blood pressure, of course, is a sign of the inflammation, constriction, and atherosclerosis, or hardening of the arteries. And that's what leads to the things listed in black, right? Vascular events, heart failure, stroke, and kidney dysfunction, all of which we can benefit if we back up and try to make the vessel happier and healthier. So what are the causes of this disease process? Well, more than 90% of the time, we don't know. Right? We call that what used to be called essential hypertension. If you go back and say, who the heck coined the term essential hypertension? So here was the concept. You have bad arteries, they're plugged up, you need higher blood pressure to perfuse and send blood to the brain and the kidneys, and therefore it's essential that you have high blood pressure. And 50 years ago, the teaching was don't lower blood pressure in old people because they need high blood pressure so as to send blood to the organs. How stupid that was in retrospect, but so they've tried to change the term from essential hypertension to primary hypertension, meaning there's some fundamental defect. We're not sure exactly what it is. However, we do know that there's a central role of the kidneys and of the brain, and there are many other causes, some of which the ones that I've listed in bold are a little more important, 20% of all people with primary hypertension have an excess of the aldosterone hormone, for example. Many others have disturbed sleep. You've all heard about sleep apnea syndrome, and that contributes, and it does. In our society, a big contributor is obesity, because there's a direct connection between your body weight and your blood pressure. And indeed, now in the realm of the GLP-1 receptor agonist medicines, the Ozempics of the world, you can lower blood pressure just by lowering weight and doing nothing else, because weight itself contributes to blood pressure and many other things. So if you and the clinicians in the audience, if you have somebody with resistant hypertension, what do you do? Well, I'll show you the medicines that we can use, but here's the fundamental rule. The definition of resistant hypertension is somebody that has blood pressure that isn't where you want it to be, despite the use of blood pressure medicines, and at least one of those includes what they call a diuretic. It's not by diuresing people that these diuretics work, but it's included in there because of the perverse nature of sodium handling in the kidneys, et cetera. If you think somebody has resistant hypertension, you must measure the blood pressure outside of the office. You cannot rely. I remember one case vividly sent to me from UCLA with resistant hypertension followed in the fellows clinic. The person was on 5 antihypertensive medicines. His blood pressure was 165 every time he went to the office, until I put a cuff on him. It turned out his blood pressure at home was 112. And at night, his blood pressure was 76/40. The poor guy, he had exaggerated white coat hypertension. He didn't actually have elevated blood pressure at home. So make sure that you know that the diagnosis is, and you really need to use a 24-hour blood pressure. Make sure the patient is taking their medicines. That's a big deal. The patients will, I won't say lie, but they'll tell me they're taking their medicines, and then I measure their blood measurements of the blood levels of their medicine. They're not taking their medicines at all, right? It turns out a lot of people with resistant hypertension are just resistant to taking their medicines. They don't have resistant hypertension. Sodium ingestion in certain people, I'll show you the data here in a minute, makes a difference. And so there are some people where if you lower their salt intake, you will have a blood pressure benefit. And make sure they're not taking something like non-steroidal anti-inflammatories that in certain people will raise their blood pressure. That's important because here's an analysis of over 1 million people. This is not a treatment trial. This is just saying, let's take 1 million people, measure their blood pressure, and see how they do over the next 20 years. And it turns out that as little as a 2 millimeter difference in blood pressure leads to a substantial reduction in heart attacks and strokes and kidney failure. So little differences. And the important concept here is for the treating clinicians is good enough in blood pressure is often not good enough. That you really need to strive to get somebody to normal. Now, before I talk about drugs, here's a recent study just 2 months ago. It's very, very hard to know the effects of sodium by itself. And part of it is because in big trials where they say, well, let's lower somebody's salt intake, what they do is they give them salt substitute, which has potassium in it. And potassium lowers blood pressure. So is it the sodium restriction or is it the potassium supplementation that lowers blood pressure? And to try to get through that conundrum is very, very difficult. This is a little different. They just took 200 people and they said, and these are normotensive, you see their blood pressure is 125. Let's give them a bunch of salt for a week, measure their blood pressure, and then let's give them very little salt for a week and measure their blood pressure. So the difference in yellow is when you restrict salt, and you can see that the average blood pressure reduction is actually statistically relevant just with 1 week of strict sodium restriction. But if you look at the individual variation, it's quite stunning here. These are all the people in the trial, and these are what the difference is between going on a high salt diet versus a low salt diet after 1 week using 24-hour blood pressure monitors. Look at the people on the left here. There are some people where you give them a high salt diet, their blood pressure on 24-hour ambulatory monitoring goes up 40 millimeters of mercury. And then on the right, there's some people whose blood pressure went the other way. I mean, it's like stunning that some people's blood pressure goes up on salt and some people's goes down. The majority of the people, when you force feed sodium, the blood pressure goes up. And the difference on average is about 7 to 10 millimeters of mercury. Why there's some people whose blood pressure goes the other way remains speculative, but in someone with resistant hypertension, it's worth at least saying, listen, for the next week, I want you to go off salt as much as you can and see what happens, because they may be the salt sensitive and their ethnic differences and other things that create salt sensitivity. But most of the time you're going to reach for medicines, right? Because medicines are proven to lower blood pressure. And here is an analysis of many different blood pressure drug versus no blood pressure drug, what happens to event rates. The event rates are on the vertical axis, and the greater you lower blood pressure, left to right is lowering blood pressure, and that green line shows the expected reduction in cardiac events. So lowering blood pressure makes a difference, and the better the blood pressure is, the lower the cardiac event rate. So how do we lower blood pressure? We have many different ways. I mentioned 150 different drugs and combinations. The first of those, the first effective one, were the thiazides. And the funny thing about, serendipity in medicine is often the most important thing. Somebody was trying to develop a new antibiotic. They took sulfa drugs and they modified them, and then they gave them, hoping it would be an antibiotic, and they said, gee, the blood pressure is going down. Well, it turned out those were thiazide diuretics. The thiazides started as antibiotics. They didn't work at all as antibiotics. They lowered blood pressure for reasons that we still don't fully understand. But they are one of the cornerstones of therapy to this day, and they were developed in the 1950s and brought to market. There are 5 major classes now, and I've circled them here. The thiazides, the mineralocorticoid receptor antagonists, which are like spironolactone, ACE inhibitors, angiotensin receptors, and dihydropyridine calcium blockers. Just using those medicines in appropriate doses, you can lower the blood pressure to goal in more than 95% of people. Now, the other 5%, you may need fancy techniques like renal ablation, we'll discuss in a minute, or on the right, newer drugs. There are many new concepts that I'll mention in brief and closing in a minute. Including things like RNA therapy and gene manipulation. There are people who tried vaccinations against high blood pressure and all sorts of things. And this will change dramatically. We're at the crux of an enormous expansion of biologics for diseases like hypertension, as opposed to small molecules like we're talking about. I'll show you some data about that in a minute. But let's look at the data to say, do medicines actually make a difference? Many of you want to do it naturally and you don't want to take medicines. Let me tell you, medicines do make a difference. Here's one of the pivotal trials called the HOPE study. Now, those of you in the know may realize the HOPE was a trial said, let's hope that an ACE inhibitor, ramipril in this particular case, lowers cardiovascular events. And they gave it to people who were supposedly normotensive. Well, the average blood pressure on enrollment in this trial was 139. So I would call those not normotensive people. But you can see the yellow is conventional therapy, the blue is treatment with ramipril. There was a substantial difference in events over the ensuing few years, and this was why many of you are on an ACE inhibitor today, and most people have this somewhat mistaken belief that ACE inhibitors are a cornerstone of therapy to reduce cardiovascular events. Well, it turns out if you look a little deeper into the HOPE trial, it was only the people with the highest blood pressures that benefited from the ACE inhibitor. Here are the quartiles, and over on the left is the 1/4 of the people whose blood pressure was 125, and they had no significant change in their outcomes over the ensuing years. It was really the people who were higher in the blood pressure that had the greater benefit of an ACE inhibitor. So ACE inhibitors are no magic, I'll just tell you. They're just good at blood pressure lowering. And that's why they still have a role. Are they better than other medicines? The largest blood pressure trial ever done was called the ALLHAT trial. They just published 23-year follow-up. We were participants in this trial. It pitted 3 drugs against each other: the thiazide-type diuretic chlorthalidone, the calcium channel blocker amlodipine, and the ACE inhibitor lisinopril, head-to-head, randomly assigned. And over the duration here, you can see if you look at death. Well, if you do a 100-year follow-up, no drug's better because everybody's dead. So if you do a long enough follow-up, you're not going to show any difference, okay? So let's look at cardiovascular mortality and stroke. There was a little bit of a difference. And it turns out that in this trial, amlodipine, just to pick out one of the 3 drugs, was better at preventing strokes than either the ACE inhibitor or the chlorthalidone, even though chlorthalidone was a better blood pressure lowering agent. So we began to see in these trials that there was a distinction that some drugs were a little better than others. Some were better blood pressure lowers but didn't reduce strokes as much. Some reduced strokes even though they weren't as good. So we're beginning to see that picking and choosing may actually make a difference. Here's a trial that helped explore this concept. It's called the ASCOT trial. Let's take 19,000 people with high blood pressure, and let's randomly assign them to either being on a beta blocker, atenolol was used in this particular trial, and if their blood pressure wasn't good enough, adding a thiazide, versus starting them off on amlodipine, the calcium channel blocker that 1/3 of all hypertensives in the world currently are on. You know, doctors vote with their prescription pads, if you will. So they've chosen amlodipine, and I'll show you why that's a good idea, because in this trial, the old drugs, atenolol with or without a thiazide, versus the newer drugs, the calcium channel blocker, with or without an ACE inhibitor, how did they do? They both lowered blood pressure comparably. Okay? On the left, there was also part of this, by the way, which was cholesterol reduction with a statin, and I'm going to show you why that's important. But on the right is the blood pressure difference. And what you see is that beta blockers are not quite as good blood pressure reducers. In the adult population, the older people, beta blockers have lost favor, and they really shouldn't be used as antihypertensives. They're indirect antihypertensives. They're not as good as some of the other drugs. But more importantly, if you look at outcomes. So here's the outcome, and it was not quite statistically significant that amlodipine was a better choice initially than the beta blocker atenolol. You can see the trends were important here. But the secondary outcomes, because they chose heart attack as their outcome, which for a blood pressure trial shouldn't be the outcome anymore. We've learned from these trials. Look at the difference if you had been randomly assigned to amlodipine versus atenolol. In yellow are the other endpoints that after 3 years you were better off having been on amlodipine. You had less total mortality, fewer cardiac events, stroke went down 23%, even new diabetes, because beta blockers promote the development of diabetes, was down. And these were all highly statistically significant secondary endpoints, which would strongly argue that amlodipine is a better choice than atenolol, even though the blood pressures were roughly the same. At 16 years later, after this long follow-up, there still was a benefit to people who had been randomly assigned to amlodipine. And they were only on the amlodipine for 3 years. At the end of 3 years, they could go on whatever the docs wanted to. And look at the difference in stroke and diabetes. 16 years later, there was still a lingering benefit of having been randomly assigned to amlodipine, perhaps a legacy effect, or maybe some residual biologic benefit. Even more impressively, though, was when you added a statin on top of the drugs, here's what happened. Look at the amlodipine group in purple. When they were randomly assigned to be on a statin and they happened to be assigned to amlodipine versus atenolol, there was a dramatic beneficial interaction between the statin and the amlodipine. The effect rate was hugely amplified if you were on both the calcium channel blocker and a statin. We don't fully understand why this is the case, but it's been replicated in other studies. And that was why I mentioned that there's an overlap between having a high LDL and having a blood pressure. And it turns out if you attack both, you get a dramatically increased benefit, over a 50% reduction in cardiac events using both over the short time period of 3 years. Now, here's another such trial, asking the question, does it make a difference whether you use an ACE inhibitor versus the calcium channel blocker amlodipine? So here is an ACE inhibitor plus amlodipine versus an ACE inhibitor plus hydrochlorothiazide, and you can see the blood pressures are roughly comparable, right? You go to the doc's office, they measure your blood pressure. You're doing great, stay on the medicines you're on. But if you'd been randomly assigned to the amlodipine group versus the HCTZ group, look at the outcomes. You were 21% better off in terms of preventing a cardiovascular event. Now, the reason this is relevant is that a lot of the algorithms that are used out there start with a thiazide diuretic. Why is that? Because thiazides are cheaper than dirt, right? They're pennies. But you're going to sacrifice 21% of the events. They would have been better off on amlodipine rather than a hydrochlorothiazide. Okay, how low should you go? I told you we can dial in. I can give you more medicines. I can lower your blood pressure. Here's a study in diabetics. Let's leave them at 135 in green, or let's drive them down to 120 in white. Which group does better over the ensuing years? Well, it didn't make a huge difference if you look at MI, stroke, and cardiovascular death. The intensive group did do better. 120 was better than 135, but it crossed the line of unity and it wasn't considered statistically significant, right? However, if you look at stroke, and I've never had a patient coming in saying, I want to have a stroke. I mean, you know, if I want to convince somebody to take their medicines, I just say, do you want to have a stroke? you know. They don't care if they have a heart attack, but stroke, oh my God, a stroke. So if you look at stroke, it did reach statistical significance that you had better stroke prevention if your blood pressure was 120 rather than 135, right? And the famous SPRINT trial, again, asking the question, in non-diabetics, how aggressively should we treat? After 3 years, the study was stopped early. And the reason the study was stopped early was there was one group that was benefiting so much more that it wasn't felt ethical to continue the trial. And that was the group that had intensive treatment. Again, leaving people at 135, that's the upper, versus intensifying their treatment, trying to get to 120. They got to 121 in this trial. And these are in-office blood pressure readings with an automated cuff. And what happened was the number needed to treat was only 61 people. If you treated 61 people with the more aggressive treatment, you would have prevented a cardiovascular event listed at the top, a heart attack, needing to come into the hospital and have a stent put in, a stroke, heart failure, death. So intensive treatment is clearly better. In this case, in non-diabetics, in the previous trial, in diabetics, and if you look here, the line of unity is the vertical bar. Every single group benefited from more intensive. Didn't matter whether you were young or older, had kidney dysfunction or not, or had coronary disease, you were better off with more intensive treatment. And yet the goal in the past had always been 140. And now we have evidence that 140 is not good enough. And we have more tools to be able to get down. So lastly, let's talk about new things that are out there. Many of you heard my partner, Dr. Tadwalkar, talk about the revolution in digital technology, and pretty soon we're going to be wearing vests that will transmit to your healthcare provider every factor that, you know, believe me, I don't want to get those things every day in my inbox, but let's look at, are there technologies that can measure blood pressure? Well, again, be cautious because blood pressure is not that easy to measure using optical and plethysmographic techniques, using a wristband like this, using fingers. At the zoo where Barb advises, they measure gorillas' blood pressure using their fingertip. The problem is that's not that accurate of a blood pressure reading, but you can't put a cuff on a gorilla very easily, so there you don't have much choice. So here you can see it does pick up blood pressures, and it looks in the aggregate. Here's a study using 55 patients, and how does it correlate? And they go, boy, it correlates really well. And if you look at a whole aggregate of readings, it does actually correlate quite well using these types of wrist monitors. But you look at any one reading, look how off it is, right? 10, 20 millimeters off for any one reading. So if somebody says my blood pressure right now is 132 according to my wristband, it could be 112 or 150. The wristband can't tell the difference. Over a day, 1,000 readings, it can get much more accurate. But for any one reading, this still remains not so good. The kidneys I mentioned are important in this, and we now have that the kidneys sense blood pressure, and then they relay to the brain through nerves that the blood pressure needs to be lowered or raised. And as a consequence, we now have ways of putting little catheters in and burning, if you will, the nerves that transmit this information. So you denervate the kidney no longer sends signals to the brain's happy, and the blood pressure goes down. So that's an approach. Turns out it's probably a niche approach because medicines work really well. There are even new medicines. Most of you thought there are no new medicines coming out for high blood pressure. We have hundreds of them. Why would we need new medicines? Well, one way, you heard about angiotensin, which is a hormone that is pivotal in terms of regulating the blood pressure. And there have been attempts to try to prevent one of the other hormones involved, aldosterone, from being produced. So how can you turn off aldosterone production? Well, it turned out they had medicines before, but they didn't work very well because they turned off other steroid hormones. But now they have a very selective inhibitor of production of this hormone called aldosterone. And here's what happens when you block that hormone. The blood pressure goes down, and these are dramatic reductions, okay? Look at the doses here. You're getting a huge reduction, 15 to 20 millimeters of blood pressure reduction, which exceeds any of the current blood pressure medicines. So it may be that, in fact, exploiting modern science where we can design drugs better, that we're going to get better results. And getting a 15 or 20 millimeter reduction is huge in the world of pills. Can you do vaccination, or in this case, RNA interference? There's an explosion. You know, you have 24,000 or so genes. Your heart manifests about 12,000 of those. That means there are 12,000 proteins in the heart and similar numbers in blood vessels that you can attack using interference RNA techniques. There are several ways to do this. We can now turn off any protein in the body, any protein that we want to. So let's turn off a protein that turns off angiotensinogen production in the liver. So you give one shot subcutaneously. The stuff goes to the liver, tells the liver, don't make angiotensinogen, and hence you can't make angiotensin, a hormone that raises blood pressure. So one shot, what happens with one shot? Here's what happens. The blood pressure goes down, and depending on the dose of the RNA interference you give, look at the systolic reduction, 16.8 millimeters of mercury for a year. You give one shot, the person's blood pressure is lower by 16 millimeters for the next year, right? Now, there are pros and cons about that, but at least you don't have to remember to take a pill every morning. You can get a shot, come into your doctor's office and get a shot once a year. So therefore, let me summarize by just talking about what the current approach to the disease process of hypertension. We want to attack the blood pressure in people with bona fide out-of-office blood pressure elevation. We want to achieve a blood pressure of 120. To do that, first thing you should do, lower the weight, increase exercise, improve sleep, and maybe reduce salt intake. And good luck with lowering weight and increasing exercise, because most people don't do that, right? So that means that the blood pressure is still too high, which is going to be the most people. You're going to choose, on the left, amlodipine should be in the mix if it's tolerated. And in most individuals and adults, a statin, because it'll amplify the benefits of the amlodipine. Plus on the right, either a thiazide or spironolactone, and maybe in some a beta blocker. Just using that, just that alone, you will get 95% success rate, I'm telling you. It's just judicious. It's like being in the kitchen, right? You have garlic and pepper and you have all sorts of spices. You just have to find out what the right combination is. If you fail, we now have new emerging techniques. You're going to hear some of those from my partner, Dr. Broukhim. But even using our old methods and lifestyle changes, you can achieve a lot. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Wright, for helping us to understand all the intricacies of hypertension. Patient care and community education are two facets of Pacific Heart Institute, but there are so many other things going on behind the scenes. Drs. Michael Broukhim, Dr. Devin Kehl, and Dr. Seth Lichtenstein are going to be sharing some of those hot topics, but we are going to be doing that after lunch instead of right now. So thank you, everybody, for giving us this kind of great talks for the morning. And next up is lunch. We're so excited for you to meet our special guests and their handlers from Positive Pets. You can scan the QR code to find more about this Providence St. John's Health Center program, whose mission is to provide friendship and comfort to patients during their hospital stay. Feel free to pet these furry friends during lunch and speak with their handlers about the Positive Pets program.
We also wanted to bring your attention to the fully vegetarian breakfast and lunch buffets today. Our theme this year is nature, and we want to take today to be mindful about our daily choices and consumption and think about how they affect the world around us. And lastly, don't forget to check out the remaining raffles, silent auction items, retreat raffle, and all our exhibit tables. All the raffle and silent auction items will be closing at 1 p.m. A few winners will be called after lunch, and all others will be written on a giant whiteboard in the foyer. You can check to see if you've won on your way out. You must be present to win, so if you need to leave early, give your ticket to a friend. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here around 12:45. Does that work?
12:45.
12:45.
Thank you.
I'm going to intro our next set of speakers now. As many of you know, Dr. Broukhim is an interventional cardiologist. Not only does he love coronary artery pathology, he also has interest in peripheral blood vessels, specifically as it relates to treatment of hypertension, the universal biomarker. We hosted Dr. Kehl's better half for our recent Heartside chat. These two medical experts have moved from San Francisco, and Devin has an interest in research and prevention. Dr. Lichtenstein can often be found biking in the Santa Monica Hills. He has published on the subject and will help us to better understand exercise for both prevention as well as treatment. Between the three of them, there are 2 dogs, Nala and Bushik, and a cat, Winston. Please give a warm welcome to Drs. Broukhim, Kehl, and Lichtenstein.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you to Dr. Weinberg, Dr. Lajoie, Dr. Vanderzee, Dr. Schaeffler for throwing a really wonderful symposium, and it's been wonderful to see and to hear Dr. Natterson's talk, and also Dr. Wright's, and of course our organizers. So I'm going to talk a little bit about renal artery denervation for treatment of hypertension. This is a new FDA-approved treatment that we were involved in some clinical trials to get it off the ground. I have no disclosures. So just talking first about hypertension, I know Dr. Wright gave a great intro to my talk. So hypertension is the leading modifiable global cardiovascular risk factor. And approximately 1/3 of the world's adult population has hypertension, about 1.3 billion people according to the World Health Organization. It is a major problem. And hypertension is a significant risk factor for the development of cardiovascular disease, heart attacks, chronic kidney disease, and retinal disease and early death, along with heart failure. Current treatments for hypertension include diet, exercise, yoga, meditation, weight loss, treatment of underlying causes for secondary hypertension, pharmacotherapy, drugs, and renal artery denervation is a new emerging treatment that I'm very optimistic will help a lot of patients. So a few more slides here about hypertension. Over 700 million people have untreated hypertension, which demonstrates how big of a problem it is globally. And blood pressure is controlled in fewer than 1 in 4 women and fewer than 1 in 5 men. And the SPRINT trial, which Dr. Wright briefly mentioned, did indicate that patients who were on more intensive treatment had improved outcomes compared to patients who were on standard treatment. So it's very important for us to get blood pressure under better control than it currently is. This study just came out. It's an observational study talking about blood pressure and the risk of cardiovascular mortality based on sex. And looking at men versus women, for men, there was a very significant increased risk ratio. Sorry, I hit the wrong one. Significant increased risk ratio when you got to a blood pressure of over 160. With lower blood pressures, it was not as pronounced. The confidence intervals crossed 1. But when you're looking at women, starting at a blood pressure of 130 to 140, 140 to 160, and above 160, there was a significant increase in risk. This data is more hypothesizing as opposed to being definitive, but it is interesting to note that there is potentially a significant difference there. And whether we need to start looking at different blood pressure controls based on one's sex may be something important to do. So the concept of renal denervation really comes from the 1930s when patients were having abdominal pain and they were having abdominal sympathectomies. And after those surgeries, patients would have a myriad of problems, but one thing that was noticed was that their blood pressures were much lower. And the concept of renal denervation really comes from that particular experience. So non-adherence to, well, just looking at the cascade here, and Dr. Wright went over a lot of this, there's a number of things that cause elevated blood pressure, and renovascular is one of them, effects on the heart, effects on the blood pressures, extraneous factors that all lead to elevated blood pressures. So trying to target how to get those lower is extremely important for us to get better control of this disease. The other problem with treatment of blood pressure is that we, as clinicians, often write patients for multiple medications, and we pat ourselves on the back that we're doing a great job and we're helping our patients. Non-adherence in clinical trials is up to 50%, which means it's probably even worse in real life. Because clinical trials, you have research coordinators and constant surveillance of whether patients are taking their medications, reminders to take medications, and we don't have that for our patients in real life. Polypharmacy is a significant issue. I mean, I see patients in the office with multiple pages of medications that they're taking, 30 to 40 meds, and we need to find a way to help them so that they're just not taking pills all day. And it would really be ideal for us to have alternative ways of getting blood pressure under control. So the first major clinical trial that came out for renal artery denervation was the Simplicity study. And when this trial was designed, initially everybody thought that we were going to cure hypertension. This was back in 2013, 2014. And there was so much excitement about pursuing this. We knew about the burden of hypertension. But when the trial was actually performed, there wasn't much of a difference between the denervation and the sham groups in terms of blood pressure. So it was a little bit frustrating because we thought, hey, we were going to get blood pressure under control just by doing this procedure, and the data didn't end up supporting that hypothesis. But there was a subset of patients that really did have a response to renal denervation, and they were followed out for 3 years. And the interesting thing is that for those patients that did respond, there was a marked persistence in response out to 3 years. And you had lowered blood pressures of 15.6 millimeters mercury at 36 months. You actually had a persistent increase despite the sham control group not having an improvement in their blood pressure. So there is promise to this procedure, which we think part of the problems with Simplicity was maybe the ablations were not comprehensive enough, maybe they were not well experienced, they weren't fully ablating the renal arteries and not getting robust results. So there's been a number of second-generation renal denervation trials. Spiral hypertension off med, spiral hypertension on med, Radiance 2, Radiance Hypertension Solo, and Radiance Hypertension Trio. So to discuss renal denervation, there's two forms of renal denervation. There's ultrasound-based renal denervation, which was studied in the Radiance trials. And there's radiofrequency ablation, which was the initial Simplicity procedure. And then subsequently, they designed the spiral trials with that same radiofrequency ablation. So different modes of getting rid of the arteries to the kidneys. So the Radiance 2 trial was a study that was performed looking at patients with a blood pressure of greater than 140/90. They were on 0 to 2 medications. If they were on 0 medications, they had to have documented intolerance to medications. And they were randomized to renal denervation, procedure where we go in from the artery in the groin and we ablate the kidney arteries, 30 to 60-minute procedure, versus a sham procedure where we got access in the groin but nothing was done. Looking at the Radiance 2 results, we did see that there was about an 8 millimeter mercury decrease in ultrasound renal denervation in these patients versus sham control with daytime ambulatory systolic blood pressure. So, that doesn't sound like the greatest decrease, but in the hypertension literature, it's pretty good. It's for us to see that. And the important thing was that it is a very safe procedure. There was no renal artery stenosis. There was nobody who passed away at 30 days. Now, these were healthier, younger patients, but it is deemed to be a very safe procedure, and there was really minimal complications in all of the patients who've had renal denervation. This is the ambulatory systolic blood pressure monitor results showing the difference between patients who had renal denervation and sham procedure. You could see that the sham procedure patients really didn't have much of a difference, but there was a marked difference, particularly in daytime systolic blood pressure for patients who had renal denervation. There was also some at nighttime, but it was not as pronounced as the daytime. And this is looking at some of the less important measures, as Dr. Wright mentioned, of home systolic blood pressure and office systolic blood pressure decreases. There was statistically significant reductions in daytime ambulatory, 24-hour ambulatory, nighttime ambulatory, home and office systolic blood pressure. So it is an effective treatment. So Radiance Hypertension is a follow-up study to that. And this one was looking at patients who were on 3 medications, the resistant hypertensive medications that Dr. Wright had talked about in his talk. And the solo trial was looking at patients who were on 0 to 2 medications to see not only does it work in patients who have resistant hypertension, but also in all patients. Could we offer this as a treatment modality? The Radiance solo results, the daytime or the ambulatory systolic blood pressure changes, you can see here the renal denervation group across the board, there's an improvement. The sham procedure group, there was a little bit of an improvement, but not as much. The total difference between the groups was 5.5 millimeters mercury. And then one of the problems with a lot of the clinical trials has been that the placebo arms or the sham groups have actually performed way better than we wanted them to for this particular device. But again, the problem is that medication adherence is an issue, so we could, that ends up causing us to revisit whether it's a good long-term strategy just to put people on more and more medications. The visit-to-visit blood pressure variability was less in the renal denervation group, and there was no renal artery injury noted. So again, a very safe procedure. This is the resistant hypertension patients, and what was interesting about this, you had, again, the 8 millimeter mercury drop, which seems to be about the number for the renal denervation group when you take it as a whole. But what was interesting is that 2/3 of patients who had at least a 5 millimeter drop of blood pressure, the average drop was 17 millimeters mercury. So we have what we refer to as hyper responders, and we have patients that don't respond. And we don't know which patient is which as of now, and it's something that we're going to be studying over time. There were fewer medications added in the renal denervation group versus the sham group, and that was statistically significant. And there were fewer patients in the renal denervation group who received the 4th medication, which we recommend, which is the aldosterone antagonist that Dr. Wright had alluded to in his talk. So in conclusion, hypertension, very significant risk factor for cardiovascular disease, cerebrovascular disease, kidney disease. Medication adherence in clinical trials ranges anywhere from 50 to 80% and is likely worse in clinical practice. There is a need for non-pharmacological methods to reduce high blood pressure, and renal denervation appears to be safe and appropriate adjunctive treatment for hypertension based on multiple randomized clinical trials, and it's now FDA approved, and we're looking to have the right patients come and try to help out their blood pressure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Devin Kehl with Pacific Heart Institute. Before we introduce the topic of the next 15 minutes, I'd like to start off with a case. So we have a 63-year-old woman without significant past medical history who participates in half marathons on a regular basis. She has no history of hypertension, diabetes, or smoking. She follows a Mediterranean diet. She has a normal BMI. She takes a daily multivitamin but no other medications. Her LDL is very mildly elevated, but otherwise has a normal baseline lipid panel. She has a family history of heart disease in her father, who had a bypass surgery at age 58, and her brother had an MI at age 47, but each of them had other cardiovascular risk factors and didn't have optimal lifestyle habits. She's now developed a 2-week history of a mild pressure in her chest that occurs when she runs, which also radiates up to her jaw. A stress test is abnormal, suggesting ischemia. And she ultimately undergoes coronary angiography showing a 99% stenosis of the right coronary artery with otherwise mild to moderate diffuse atherosclerosis, and the drug-eluting stent is implanted. So she wonders, appropriately, where did we go wrong here? During the course of her evaluation, she has a lipoprotein A, which is measured, which registers 4 times greater than the upper limit of the laboratory reference range. So today, I'll be talking a little bit about lipoprotein A, rising from obscurity to fame. So what is lipoprotein A? You'll hear me refer to this as lipoprotein little a, LP little a, multiple names for the same thing. This is a genetically determined, highly atherogenic lipoprotein, which typically accounts for a minority of all of our atherogenic or plaque-causing lipoproteins. It's very similar in structure to LDL. You can see LDL on the bottom right, bottom right here, with an ApoB100 component. Lipoprotein little a has that same component, but also has this apolipoprotein little a component which wraps around it, which comes in variable sizes, such that there are over 40 different isoforms of LP little a. About 20% of the world's population has an elevated level of lipoprotein A, and the population distribution between low levels and high levels varies over 100-fold. You can see a very long tail here with levels. Up to 90% of this variability is determined by genetic factors, by polymorphisms in the gene encoding apolipoprotein little a. And so as a result of this, levels of LP little a are consistent across life course. We reach our adult levels by about age 5. There can be some slight fluctuation depending on levels of inflammation, renal dysfunction, or liver dysfunction, but for the most part, these are static levels unaffected by lifestyle intervention as well. There are some important racial differences with lipoprotein little a, and women have a slightly higher level of lipoprotein little a than men. The mechanisms by which LP little a causes atherosclerosis are diverse and are beyond the scope of our time today, but they can be broadly categorized as pro-atherogenic, pro-inflammatory, or pro-thrombotic. And so this creates a perfect storm. LP little a is much less prevalent, as I mentioned, only occupying or accounting for a small fraction of atherogenic lipoproteins, even when it's elevated, but on a per particle basis, LP little a is 6 times more atherogenic than LDL, so hence making it still very clinically relevant. So what are the clinical implications of having an elevated lipoprotein A? Well, there's an increased risk of myocardial infarction, of calcific aortic stenosis, of heart failure, of ischemic stroke, of peripheral arterial disease, cardiovascular mortality, and even all-cause mortality. There is a very clear and consistent and linear relationship between elevated levels, or between any level of LP little a and risk of atherosclerotic events. The higher the LP little a, the higher the risk of events. These are data from the UK Biobank, which is a database of over 400,000 patients who were followed for, on average, about 11 years for incident development of cardiovascular disease and cardiovascular events. And you can see that patients with an elevated LP little a were at a 1.5-fold increased risk of events. And this was an incremental risk for incremental elevations of LP little a. This is also an independent marker for compared to LDL. On the left, we have patients who have not had their LDL treated. On the right, treatment with LDL, and you can see that there's a consistent relationship of higher levels of Lp(a) corresponding to higher risk of events still. Lp(a) is also independent of coronary calcium, and this is particularly true at higher levels of coronary calcium with a score over 100. Seems to be less prognostic in patients without coronary calcium. And I really like this depiction here, which is trying to demonstrate that we may be underestimating the risk of cardiovascular events in our patients if we're not incorporating lipoprotein(a) into that algorithm. On the front set of bars here, we see the estimated risk of atherosclerotic events based on traditional risk metrics. And then when we incorporate different levels of Lp(a), as we move backwards back into the panel here, you can see that the risk for incremental increases of Lp(a) can rise substantially. And so we can even underestimate the absolute risk of events by as much as 2.7-fold. Clinicians and patients in the audience, we can refer to lpaclinicalguidance.com for a useful tool to get a sense of what kind of risk estimate we're talking about. You can input baseline lipid panel results, age, and Lp(a) results, and have a graph put forward of what the risk might be based on population data of events over the next 10 years and beyond, or over a lifetime, accounting for Lp(a) and not accounting for Lp(a). I mentioned that there's an association with aortic stenosis. So these are data from the Astronomer trial, which looked at rosuvastatin versus placebo in risk of progression of aortic stenosis. And overall, there was no difference between those two groups in the rate of aortic stenosis progression. However, in patients with an elevated Lp(a) in the highest tertile, there was a significantly increased risk or significantly more rapid progression of aortic stenosis, which led to a twofold increased risk of the need for aortic valve replacement at some time. So what are the recommendations for screening for this marker? This is a simple blood test. The AHA and ACC recommend that this be considered as one of the risk-enhancing factors in our risk prediction tool that we use as we try to identify who may be a candidate for lipid-lowering therapy. It's also recommended to test for this in patients that have a family history of premature atherosclerosis or a personal history of atherosclerotic events unexplained by traditional risk factors. European and Canadian societies, though, recommend that all individuals be tested for this marker at least once in their lifetime. And the National Lipid Association, for the most part, echoes the AHA and the ACC with their recommendations. There is rising interest in this marker. If you look at Google searches of lipoprotein(a) over time, you can see a recent uptick over the last couple of years. And publications in the biomedical community continue to increase. So although there's rising interest, we're really not testing for this. These are data from the University of California system looking at over 5.5 million patients, and only 0.3% of all adults have had their lipoprotein(a) tested, including only 3% of those with a family history of cardiovascular disease and less than 4% with a personal history. This is the New York Times to publish an article saying this is the heart risk factor even doctors know little about. Fortunately, this is starting to change. There's rising awareness in medical and other communities. There's even an Lp(a) Awareness Day, which is coming up next month. Mark your calendar. So what do we do when we identify a patient that has an elevated Lp(a)? What's the course of action? Well, unfortunately, as of now, there are no FDA-approved targeted therapies for this marker. So the focus is on risk reduction measures to lower what we can affect, which is LDL or ApoB. And so this involves aggressive lifestyle modification, although this has no direct impact on Lp(a), as well as use of currently approved lipid-lowering therapies, only some of which I'll get into lower Lp(a). So what about statins? These are our cornerstone medications for management of cardiovascular risk and reduction of LDL. They actually increase Lp(a) to a modest degree by about 10%. The mechanism of this is a bit uncertain, but they are still recommended to be a cornerstone of therapy because they're potent risk-reducing medications, and they do reduce the levels of all the other atherogenic lipoproteins that are out there. Niacin actually does decrease Lp(a) by about 20%, even higher in patients with a very high elevated or high baseline level in the 90th percentile of Lp(a). But as is the theme with niacin, no difference has been seen in the risk of cardiovascular events, even among patients with those extremely high levels. And finally, PCSK9 inhibitors do lower Lp(a), as well as lower the Lp(a) associated risk. So these are data from the Odyssey Outcomes trial, looking at alirocumab versus placebo in reduction of atherosclerotic events. Starting on the left panel here, this is a busy slide, but the green tabs here show the levels of Lp(a), and you can see that in patients with the highest quartile of Lp(a), there was a reduction of baseline levels of Lp(a) by about 20% in the folks with the highest starting point. And at these higher levels of Lp(a), there was a greater risk reduction from alirocumab overall, and a greater attributable impact from that reduction compared to levels that were lower. So there may be a signal there, although this is a subgroup analysis, so it's hypothesis generating. What's most exciting about this field is that there are a lot of novel LPA-specific therapeutics that are in development. These generally have fallen into three broad categories of antisense oligonucleotides, RNA material which shuts down the production of ApoA, small interfering RNA against ApoA, again, same concept, and assembly disruptors or oral small molecules which prevent the binding of ApoB100 to ApoA. The two that are farthest along in clinical trials, pelacarsen and olpasiran, I'll talk about a little bit. We were briefly an enrollment site for olpasiran, the phase 3 clinical trial at Pacific Heart. Pelacarsen, this is data from phase 2 trial looking at 280 patients with atherosclerotic disease and elevated Lp(a). There was an 80% reduction overall of Lp(a), which was sustained over time. So pretty dramatic. And this led to the phase 3 trial, which has now completed enrollment. Primary results are expected at the end of 2025. This looked at 8,000 patients randomized to monthly pelacarsen subcutaneous injection versus placebo. These were high-risk patients with a history of prior MI, stroke, or peripheral arterial disease with an elevated Lp(a). So more to come there. And then olpasiran, small interfering RNA against Lp(a), had an even more dramatic reduction of Lp(a) that was observed, nearly 100% in some cases, which was sustained over time. And so phase 3 trial is underway for this agent as well. Again, this was, Pacific Heart was a site here briefly. We are expecting the primary results in early 2026. This is looking at 7,000 patients with a history of MI or revascularization, olpasiran every 3-month or every 12-week injection versus placebo. So in summary, Lp(a) is a genetically determined lipoprotein, and elevated levels are highly prevalent across the population. Widespread awareness and testing are lacking. Lp(a) promotes a triple threat of atherogenesis, thrombosis, and inflammation, and is causally associated with atherosclerotic disease. Current treatment focuses on aggressive risk factor modification and LDL or ApoB lowering. PCSK9 inhibitors may be of modest benefit. Pelacarsen and olpasiran are in phase 3 clinical trials and have powerful Lp(a) lowering effects, and outcomes data are expected in late 2025. And more targeted therapeutics are very close behind. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kehl, and I'm Seth Lichtenstein. It's very nice to meet everybody, and really happy to be here, and hopefully I can do just as good a job as everybody else up here. Some wonderful, wonderful speeches. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about exercise and the prevention of cardiovascular disease. So briefly, we'll focus on exercise. I will touch a little bit on athletics, and then women representation in cardiology and in sports cardiology, and then finally, some things that are on the horizon here at Pacific Heart Institute. So I wanted to start off by saying that time and time again, exercise has most certainly prevented and mitigated the risk of cardiovascular disease. And from here, I highlight from the American Heart Association and the American College of Cardiology that the standard of care is to recommend at least 150 minutes a week of moderate intense exercise or 75 minutes per week of intense exercise. And if we can't do that, then at least trying to achieve that level is ideal. So you can see that there's a class 1 recommendation, a very strong recommendation, and then it is most certainly suggested that we do our best. So time and time again, as providers, we really should be circling back with our patients and trying to gain a better understanding of what they're doing in their day-to-day activity. So one of the greatest benefits with exercise training can be attributed to the improvement in cardiorespiratory fitness. And outside of cardiorespiratory fitness, what else are we improving? Well, we're preventing obesity, weight gain, hypertension, high cholesterol, and you're overall improving your outcomes with heart attack, stroke, cardiovascular disease, and all-cause mortality. And it's clear that physical inactivity is a huge modifiable risk factor for heart disease. And exercise really does improve the functional capacity and quality of life in individuals, especially those with congestive heart failure, and it improves clinical outcomes. And the way that we assess this cardiorespiratory fitness is something called the metabolic equivalent of task. And I'm sure that some of you have presented to your physician, whether it be for surgery or just in routine general practice, and we ask you, what is the type of activity that you're doing? Can you climb a flight of stairs? Can you climb 2 flights of stairs? Can you walk multiple blocks? We're trying to get an understanding as to your METs, which essentially is your energy expenditure as compared to rest. So 1 MET would be what energy expenditure you have when you're just resting. And then walking 1 or 2 flights of stairs is considered 4 METs and so forth. So every MET increase realistically is a 10 to 15% decrease in cardiovascular mortality. So it's undeniable time and time again that athletes have superb health outcomes and survival, and exercise can have a profound influence on cardiac mass and size, and it's dependent on the type and duration of exercise, and this is what we call the athletic heart. It's the cardiac adaptation to ventricular size and mass and wall thickness as it relates to the pressure and volume loads in exercise. And it's been well established that there's very intense amounts of exercise, such as rowing, cycling, cross-country skiing, that really has the greatest effect on structure, function, and electrophysiology. So the question for the sports cardiologist, their questions are, is the heart too big or is it too slow? And yes, there's an association among performance, greater volumes, and resting heart rates, but is there a degree at which the remodeling is no longer advantageous? Can this create future clinical sequelae, which I will touch on briefly? So in previous analyses, cardiac remodeling has sought to contrast the extent of remodeling as it relates to sports discipline, but that has been really, really difficult, and it really has to do more with the type of duration and the intensity of which you're doing, the total exercise burden, which really is the biggest thought process on how you're exposed more to these types of events. So to put this simply, the heart cannot see the shoes that you're wearing, but it can certainly feel the effects. So we just haven't had a great understanding of all-encompassing the extreme ends of athletics. So there's a clear association between high volumes of intense exercise and some types of arrhythmia. And this clearest association has been that of atrial fibrillation, an irregular heart rhythm that occurs in the top chambers of the heart. And it's a U-shaped curve where if sedentary lifestyle, inactivity predisposes you to atrial fibrillation, but then on the other end, in extreme remodeling, there is a chance of this proarrhythmic condition. So it is possible that the remodeling mediates the risk of atrial fibrillation, given that atrial enlargement has been observed on both ends of the exercise spectrum, and they've looked at this. There's been studies that have shown that the atrial volumes in athletes are 60% larger than their age and sex counterparts. And what we've noticed is that for individuals who are inactive, there has been atrial enlargement and reduced atrial strain, causing increased bouts of atrial fibrillation. But in athletes who also have this atrial remodeling and this enlargement, it's been shown to have atrial fibrillation with and without activity. So the thought process is that is it not entirely physiological, that it may be contributing to a proarrhythmic state? So then we've also looked at the focus on the right ventricle, which is more of a lower pressure system. But if it's placed under disproportionate hemodynamic loading state in response to prolonged exercise, this could cause slight asymmetric remodeling, and this can cause an increased right to left ventricular ratio. And in the extreme phenotypes where there's profound right ventricular dilation and associated dysfunction, you might succumb to proarrhythmic events. And they've actually looked into arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, an exercise-induced. And it's very phenotypically or observationally been very similar to that of arrhythmogenic right ventricular dysplasia, which is a genetic inheritance that one can get fatty infiltration of the free wall of the myocardium, and this predisposes your risk. These patients don't have the clinical and genetic observations as those individuals, but can be succumb to a proarrhythmic state. So it's very important that complex arrhythmias be reevaluated, electrophysiology consultation, cardiac MRI, and stress testing looking for cardiac reserve. So since the 1970s and moving forward, female sports participation has expanded enormously, with men and women participating in equal numbers in the United States. And although that balance has become more equal over time, it's still underrepresented. And there's concern, and this is very important because there's concerns about how biological variability is conferred by hormonal physiology, whether this be menstrual phase, menopausal status, differing body size and composition, and even for motivation for investigators to recruit women in studies, because there has been shown that there's a reduced incidence of sudden cardiac death and atrial fibrillation. So this might be less of a motivation for them to be involved in studies, and then just non-diverse research teams. In addition, sex-based equality in sports research leadership suffers from the fact that there's less females in cardiology and trainees. And then all of these tests lead to failure in recognizing the importance of including female participants and to collectively recruit both sexes. I'm going to skip this slide, but a lot of questions are largely unresolved. So, the limits of athletic remodeling remain ill-defined, and there is a strong association between cardiac mass and size, but there's a point at which maybe the heart can be too big. And should we be closely monitoring these patients for proarrhythmias? And are these athletes at greater risk? And furthermore, there's a lot of clinical questions regarding the degree to which these abnormalities are caused by repeated bouts of intense exercise, genetic predisposition, or an interplay of both. And if this profound athletic remodeling is problematic, specific to an individual, then what extent can we be reversing this with detraining and other measures? And this is just a slide highlighting females in cardiology and research that are underrepresented, some differences in the cardiac imaging and electrocardiograms and clinical events that I had talked about before. And one thing to note, the incidence of sudden cardiac death is consistently and disproportionately lower in females than male athletes. And when we've looked at the most major phenotypic prevalence of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy and how they are slightly lower in women, this doesn't explain the 5 to 10-fold incidence of sudden cardiac death that's reduced in young females in the athletic population. Does this have to do with hormonal variations, biochemical pathways, the way that there's phenotypic expression of the genetic inheritance patterns? So there's a lot that remains gray. So one of the things I wanted to highlight today, as far as what will be hopefully or soon to be a home at Pacific Heart, is the concept of cardiac rehabilitation. And this really is a really important thing to keep in mind for your patients or for your loved ones or friends, because this is something that really should be utilized. And it improves, it's basically a structured exercise program, and it improves your risk factors, your exercise capacity, and survival, especially after any intervention on the heart, whether that be percutaneous coronary intervention or coronary bypass surgery, and it prevents the risk of myocardial infarction. All patients with coronary disease, stable angina, acute coronary syndromes, recent intervention, they can be referred to cardiac rehabilitation. And other patients will also benefit, such as chronic heart failure, prior heart-lung transplant, heart valve repair or replacement, and symptomatic peripheral arterial disease. But it does more than that. Many programs not only provide exercise counseling, but we talk about risk factor management, including medication use, diet, smoking cessation, and psychological counseling. And the utilization rates remain low, especially for among females and Hispanic and Black patients as compared to with white patients. But the low physician referral is the primary reason for low referral rates. So I really encourage you to reach out to us, reach out to your primary care providers to enroll these types of patients. And we do have home-based and hybrid rehabilitation programs that can be effective as a way to overcome time limitations and patient participation. So that is what's on the horizon at Pacific Heart. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for telling us so much of what is going on. We feel we got a backstage pass at everything that's happening at Pacific Heart Institute and Providence St. John's.
And now back to our regularly scheduled programming. I'm excited to introduce our first afternoon panelist speaking about the Tree of Life, Evolution, Genetics, and Heart Health. We are excited to introduce you to Carol Coe, genetic counselor, and she also has a dog named Zoe who has full genetic testing. And she's a genetic counselor who works in the Cardiovascular Institute with Providence St. Joseph Hospital. Through her years of research, she's explored different genetic aspects of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and more. As you are well aware, Dr. Alexandra Lajoie is one of the co-directors of this Women's Heart Symposium, as well as a prevention cardiologist. She spends her time at work reading imaging studies and her time at home having her girls do chores to prove that they can one day take care of a pet. Since we gained so much information from Dr. Natterson-Horowitz from her keynote speech, we thought you would want to learn more from all of her wisdom. We know that she has a universal passion for all animals. Please welcome our first afternoon panelists.
As was said in the introduction, I'm a clinical cardiovascular and cancer genetic counselor. So what I do is really help patients and their physicians understand how genetics plays a role in why someone is developing early heart disease, or why 3 generations of a family have had really early heart attack or maybe passed away very suddenly, unfortunately, of heart disease. So I think the key question was, who should we be testing for these inherited conditions? And it may be really surprising to a lot of people that inherited heart disease is much more prevalent than most people think. It affects about 1 in 200 people. And there's a lot of different categories of inherited heart disease, including vascular conditions, things that affect a person's aorta and whether they're more susceptible to aortic dilation, arrhythmias, so different things that can be picked up through EKG. These tend to be more rare and clinically obvious conditions. There's also cardiomyopathies, which I'm sure many in the room have treated, and the prevalence of someone in front of you with HCM, for example, having a gene mutation that contributed to their disease is 50%. So half of the time, if we test someone, we will find a gene mutation that caused their cardiomyopathy. And so it really is about a combination of what are the clinical features of the person sitting in front of you, and asking very briefly about their family history. Has anyone else in the family had heart disease? And we've known about inherited heart disease. It's been a part of guidelines for decades now, but recent study out of World Congress earlier in 2023 showed that 2% of eligible patients are actually getting genetic testing for these kinds of conditions, very similar to, unfortunately, the low yield of patients getting Lp(a) testing. And thankfully, awareness is improving, but I think a lot of myths are out there about genetic testing, that it's hard to access or that it's really expensive. And part of my job is showing that that's not necessarily true for patients. These days, I can get a patient tested for around $250, and it's covered by the majority of insurances. It's a really logistically very simple test. I just have someone spit in a tube or do a quick cheek swab, and 2-3 weeks later, we have the results, and it can be really impactful for their family members and understanding, helping their doctors understand the underlying causes and how can we better treat their disease. Oh, so I'm an only child, and I begged my family to let me have a dog since I was very, very young, but my dad was allergic. Now he loves Zoe more than me, I say sometimes. But so I adopted her, and we didn't really know anything about her background. I was just curious, so I did, as a good genetic counselor does, a lot of research into what is the best genetic test, similar to what I talk about with patients. What is the best genetic test to figure out the information that we want to learn? So I wanted to know what kind of breed she was. And so I did an Embark DNA test and found out that she is a Chihuahua, Shih Tzu, Poodle. She's a big mutt, essentially. And it was just really interesting and cool to be able to use some of my genetics knowledge and understand how many polymorphisms this test is looking at compared to other companies out there, and what is going to give me the best information. So it was just a fun little exercise.
And so one of the questions I had, and one thing that I thought was really interesting that Dr. Natterson-Horowitz briefly mentioned at the end of her talk, was cardiomyopathy in other species. So maybe one quick caveat there, if you can tell us about cardiomyopathy in dogs, and then I have a follow-up question after that.
So when we talk about evolution, we're talking about natural selection. But when it comes to dog breeds or horse breeds or chicken breeds, any species that human beings are domesticating and developing specific breeds, we're talking about not natural selection, but human selection. And when we're creating breeds, right, what are we doing? We are selecting for phenotypes that are either physical phenotypes, like dogs, the way they look on the outside, or behavioral phenotypes, right, whether it's for whatever characteristics we want. And when we are selecting for those phenotypes, those attributes that we're desiring, we could call it an evolutionary trade-off in a sense. It's sort of a breed trade-off. We end up with some characteristics that we don't want. So it's sort of, it comes with the selection that we're doing. So when it comes to dogs, we see all kinds of diseases or vulnerabilities to disease that are breed specific, which I think a lot of people are pretty familiar with, mitral valve prolapse and valvular cardiomyopathy. But the dilated cardiomyopathy, there are mutations that are common to humans and certain breeds of dogs. So Doberman and Great Dane and Irish Wolfhounds. But I think the Doberman mutations, some of the mutations that cause dilated cardiomyopathy in the Doberman are similar to the ones in humans, or identical. And then there's hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is more in cats. We're talking about dogs, but there are certain, like Maine Coon cats, certain breeds of cats where it's very, very common. So there's lots of overlap. Just one point about dog breeds, which is sort of amazing, is that so there are the American Kennel, the AKC says there's about 197 breeds of dogs as of 2021. And we remember that dogs, it was like probably up to about 30,000 years ago, wolves were domesticated into dogs, but then in the 19th century, in Victorian era, there was a real interest in explosion of breeds, right? That's like the heyday of breeds. And so what we have now is a situation where we have all of these breeds who have unique disease vulnerabilities, cardiovascular, cardiomyopathy, but beyond. We can talk about some of those. And there's this huge opportunity to leverage that information to better understand human disease, and then also to use all of the collective information to improve canine disease. But it's pretty under-leveraged. It's more leveraged on the cancer side, but just at the beginning on the cardiac side.
Speaking to that, what is really interesting is when I get genetic test results back on the report, they will actually give me a somewhat similar to a phylogeny of, in this specific region of the gene, we identified this variant in your patient. And in all of these different animals, is that specific variant conserved? Meaning, has it maintained that position throughout evolution, which tells us that it's maybe very essential to the functioning of that animal. And if it's not conserved between species, then maybe there's a lot more tolerance for that variant changing and not really affecting the health of that species or that individual.
So one of the types of cardiomyopathy you had on your slide was Takotsubo, which is also known as stress-induced cardiomyopathy. For those who don't know, I think it's one of the most romantic health conditions. So the classic story is someone has a death of a loved one and they develop stress-induced cardiomyopathy or Takotsubo's. Do you see that in animal species? And then follow up to that, should we be having our patients with a recovered Takotsubo have genetic testing?
So it's a great question, and I'm going to say yes and no. So we do know that wild animals that are being carefully medically observed by conservation biologists do have a risk, up to 10% risk in certain species, of sudden death in a stress environment. And what we're talking about is not we don't know what happens when they're not being observed, right, by humans. But wildlife biologists will have to sometimes net groups of animals, let's say to relocate them. Increasingly, poachers or ecological degradation are making it important to relocate populations of, say, endangered species to other areas. But it's very risky when you do that because the animals need to be sedated and transported. The process of even capturing these, whatever the species, whether it's shorebirds or whether it's some ungulates, some African ungulates, the process of capturing them is, as you can imagine, unbelievably terrifying for the animals. And that adrenaline, those catecholamines, can, in a certain percentage, induce something called capture myopathy. Now, the term capture myopathy is sort of an umbrella term, so it embodies like the rhabdomyolysis that might cause kidney failure and death days later. But we don't really know, but it also includes, in some cases, this acute form of sudden death that has definitely been documented in certain shorebirds. It's been observed in some zoo animals, so zoo ungulates. So the answer is it Takotsubo? I can't prove that it is, but there are certain phenomenological characteristics that make me highly suspicious that it is. The first published phylogeny that I did was a paper on basically looking at this question. It was, I think, over a decade ago, and we couldn't interpret the data in a way that gave us an answer.
Do you know if it's equally prevalent between male and female animals or birds?
So as you, I suspect many people know, Takotsubo is a primarily female disorder, right? I think 80% of cases are in females, and it's mostly women who are over the age of 60. I think that among the group that's younger, I think more of them are male. So it's an interesting demographic, an interesting epidemiology for which we don't have really clear answers. The answer is nobody knows. On the human side, but I think it's a great question.
And speaking of, should we test everyone with Takotsubo cardiomyopathy for genetic underlying characteristics? It's not currently part of guidelines. There are some very specific forms of cardiomyopathy where recommendations have been test everyone with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy or arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. And those guidelines have not kind of encompassed Takotsubo specifically. And I think part of the reason is maybe we don't fully understand the underlying causes of that. And generally, in genetic testing, we're looking at why did someone develop disease if there's no environmental explanation, if there's no kind of outside external explanation for why they might have developed disease. Is it something underlying predisposing that individual? So I do think there likely is a portion of people who develop Takotsubo who may have some genetic marker that makes them more susceptible. And I always tell my patients, we know a lot about genetics, but we definitely don't know everything yet. And cardiovascular genetic testing is still developing. It's more so in its infancy. I'm really excited by the amount of advancements and the rapid improvement in our ability to understand cardiogenetics, but I think it's only more to come. So to answer your question, not yet, but probably one day soon, a lot more indications for cardiovascular genetic testing will be important and part of mainstream management.
Can I just add that in terms of the genetics of Takotsubo or any of the sort of female-skewed cardiomyopathies, I was at it was a Zoobiquity conference, and we had invited a very prominent zoo veterinarian who sort of commented in the context of the giraffe discussion, by the way, isn't it interesting, she turned to the other zoo veterinarians who were there, said, isn't it interesting how relatively common postpartum cardiomyopathy is in the okapi versus the giraffe and other ungulates. And I was there with a few other human cardiologists, and our heads were just spinning. And what's interesting as I'm hearing this, I'm thinking about the phylogeny of the okapi and the giraffe and the common ancestor. And now we have these wonderful, these very complete, genomes to see whether that enhanced vulnerability to postpartum cardiomyopathy in the okapi, whether we can, versus the giraffe, whether we can identify some vulnerability, genetic vulnerability that we might then use sort of translationally on the human side.
Absolutely. Looking at the differences and similarities and helping us, because our genomes are so big, there's so much data to analyze, and big data, I think we're going to hear about some data in technology and cardiology soon, but I think a lot of big data has been about how do we analyze all of the information that we have, and so a lot of discoveries, I think, have focused on what are the differences, what are the similarities, and trying to help us, dive a little bit deeper into how that can get us to the answer that we're looking for.
Yeah, just thinking about that clinically is so exciting. As a cardiologist, like peripartum cardiomyopathy can be one of the most terrifying and dramatic things. And if the okapis and giraffes could give us a gene that we just screen for to prep ahead of time, I think that'd be amazing.
So you mentioned that about half of the people who we believe have genetic disease, like hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, we have family kindreds where clearly there's a genetic, these people clearly have the disease, and yet our current technology doesn't identify anything. So what are we missing? Is it introns? Is it epigenetics? Is it going to be whole genome analyses? What do you foresee? Because we do genetic testing every day, and I come up empty a lot of times.
And that's definitely a frustrating situation where we clearly see from looking at the family history, there's a pattern going on. And a lot of the research has been showing that what we historically have understood as a Mendelian condition, meaning that if someone has a gene, they definitely will or will not develop this condition, is not necessarily true. Our genes don't exist in a vacuum, and our bodies are very, very complex. So short answer, I think it's polymorphic, meaning there's a lot of interesting studies, and I think it's coming to prime time soon, of instead of marking one gene as the end-all be-all cause for someone's condition, it's really maybe a set of 100 genes or 500 genes where they, in some capacity, are working together to cause an increase in risk or potentially a protective effect. If someone in the family has a high-risk gene mutation, but might have a lot of protective genetic factors, they might not develop as severe condition as their parent, who also has the same gene mutation that we would have classically attributed to that condition, but that person might have more other genetic factors that are further exacerbating their condition. So we see that all the time in patients, that if I test 5 people in a family and they all have the same gene mutation, someone might develop very, very severe heart failure at a young age, and then another person might not develop anything except AFib in their 70s, and they all have the same underlying gene mutation, but there's clearly other factors that are contributing. So I think a lot of are one day testing whole genome, maybe looking at a lot more information and getting I think more testing is definitely going to be helpful, and the prices of testing are coming down. It's becoming a lot more accessible, and it's really our understanding of how those genes function has to catch up.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. And taking a step back from that too, I think of Lp(a) as similar to these genetic tests. Yes, the higher your level, the more likely you are to have atherosclerotic disease, but we all see patients with very elevated lipoprotein(a)s who are in their 70s and don't have any identifiable plaque. So there are a lot of other factors going on, like inflammation. And so how I think most of us counsel our patients if they have an elevated level is to optimize every other risk factor that we can, since we don't have a direct method of treating the Lp(a). And honestly, we don't know yet that dropping that lipoprotein(a) level would improve outcomes. Like the niacin study showed, the level dropped, but outcomes didn't improve. So is that a marker for something else? And so yes, eating a healthy Mediterranean anti-inflammatory diet and controlling your rheumatologic risk factors that are causing inflammation and lowering your LDL and exercising and managing stress. We try to fix whatever we can and improve whatever we can. I don't know what the official answer is, but I do. I recommend that people, I don't recommend they have their young children tested at this point, although I do know some pediatricians who are starting to check lipid levels in younger kids to enhance lifestyle factors. But yes, I recommend that people have their biological children tested as well.
Dr. Natterson-Horowitz, right here. Can you speak briefly on the local research done in Boston and how that with, I think you mentioned rats and humans?
So we were having a conversation in the break, and so the beluga study, the beluga whale study in St. Lawrence Estuary, the idea there is the takeaway. I mean, belugas are pretty exotic, but the fact is, all of us live with animals all around us, but we tend to be blind to that. And so when it comes to, for example, breast cancer, ovarian cancer, endometrial health and disease, we know that microenvironments, local environments, are significant in terms of risk. There are a number of pathways that have been established that connect environmental exposures to those processes. Well, I think about where I live, right, which is I live in Brentwood, and around my house there are sycamore trees, and I'm constantly looking at squirrels, and there's coyotes, there's raccoons, there's rats, right? There's lots of other animals. And when I was doing the Female Health Project, when I was deeply into that during the pandemic, and was working on the systematic reviews of ovarian cancer and breast cancer, I started just looking at the animals, thinking which of those are female. And the females have ovaries, they have fallopian tubes, they have endometria, right? And they have mammary tissue. And so the local environment, the microenvironment of my home, is relevant to their breast health, their endometrial health, and therefore those animals, those female animals, their health is relevant to my health, my daughter's health. And yet we don't leverage that information that's literally hiding in plain sight. And I think, again, it's that kind of that blindfold of that kind of human exceptionalism. So the question we talked about was, what can we do about that? And there's a long-standing, decades-long project in Boston called the Boston Urban Rat Project. It's run by Tufts, where they are essentially leveraging the fact that humans and rats live in shared environments. And although it's not a very big project, I think that captures the potential. But it requires first that we open our eyes and we recognize these shared vulnerabilities.
In regards to the Lp(a), given that it is a relatively easy test, and I think certainly in certain areas we do testing of that commonly, and now hearing your talk, Dr. Natterson, what do you think is the evolutionary basis of just high LDL and the way LDL and Lp(a) interact with each other, why would we have something that would potentially, the way I think of it, is making it like a stickier LDL? What is that benefit, and how is that at all looked at, given your field, looking at other animals, if that confers anybody any sort of adaptive benefit?
So first of all, you're a Tinbergian. Congratulations. And when a student in my class asks a question like that, I try to be funny, and I say, do you accept Zelle or Venmo? And that usually gets a laugh, but I have no delivery. So that is a wonderful question. And I'm going to just broaden it for a second. What you're asking is, why did we evolve to have cholesterol metabolism and vascular endothelium that's vulnerable to atherosclerosis, which, after all, the reason we're concerned about LPA is we want to prevent having, a clinical event. And the answer is that there are many reasons, but what you want to start with is take a look at the vascular endothelium, okay, and say, what are the biological benefits? Why are those arteries there? What are they doing? Remember, natural selection selects for biological benefit, but there can be byproducts, right? And so, my goodness, the vascular endothelium metabolism, right, immune function, hemostasis, many, many important vital characteristics. And so when it comes to cholesterol, we know that cholesterol pathways are involved in so much of the regulatory, the most foundational biology of the body. Making this an even better question, therefore the payment, is that actually it turns out atherosclerosis, even though it's the leading killer of our species and uncommon in other animals, it does occasionally spontaneously occur in not only other mammals, and from walruses to many other mammals, but birds, a number of bird species are very vulnerable to atherosclerosis, including developing ischemic cardiomyopathy and something called, ready, flight claudication. That should get a laugh from the cardiologists in the group. But even, believe it or not, reptiles and even fish sometimes can develop atherosclerotic plaque. What does that mean? That means that the vulnerability to atherosclerosis, right, is very ancient. And what that suggests is that contained within the phenotype that includes vulnerability is a tremendous amount of biological benefit, immune function, all these other things. So, in fact, when we're looking at why we develop atherosclerosis, one way to look at it that we haven't been looking at it before is to ask exactly what is being selected for. Can we look at the biological benefit and then use that to inform why in certain individuals it becomes pathological?
Barb, I want to put a different spin on that. Maybe in primitive societies, culling the herd was a good thing. Maybe getting rid of old people helped the herd. And 30-year-olds don't die of atherosclerosis. So it's plausible that if you're running away from predators, that the old folks would be the bait, if you will. And therefore, there's no selective evolutionary pressure against atherosclerosis.
Right, so I'll quibble with you about kin selection, but I will agree that you're absolutely right. Remember that natural selection, if there is a trait that's adverse, but it doesn't present until post-reproductively, there will not be selective pressure to maintain it. So in that sense, if the byproduct, if having all of the benefits of the vascular endothelium, the immune function, all those benefits, if the cost occurs later in life, which athero occurs, it's going to progress over decades, then there's no selective pressure against it. And so in that sense, yes, it's the same, it's the cancer argument. It's why we see rates of cancer spike in post-reproductive populations, not only in humans, but also in animals.
I had a question in regards to EDS collagen disorders with typically when you're testing for cardiac issues, is that one of the things you test for?
Great question. So just very quickly, there are many different forms of connective tissue conditions. And for a lot of common types like hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, we have not identified the genetic mutations that contribute to that. So the benefit of genetic testing is to rule out other possible diagnoses that could be explaining why that person has connective tissue manifestation. So it might not bring a direct answer, but a lot of patients that I end up testing for those big panels find a lot of closure and kind of gets them one step closer to what is the cause of my condition.
Thank you so much, Carol Coe and Dr. Barbara Natterson-Horowitz. That was great. I think we're going to move on to our next panel.
As a bit of a transition, we just want to make sure that everybody knows that all of these beautiful wildlife photos up here are for sale. The photographer who was featured out front is donating all proceeds to our charity, so feel free to check these out, as well as a host of other photos that we have in the back at the gift shop tables.
As many of you are well aware, Have a Heart, Save a Heart is a charity that supports other charities. In years past, we've donated to Heartfelt, which is an organization that screens young athletes for cardiovascular disease before it's too late. Camp del Corazon is another charity close to our hearts that provides a summer camp experience for children with congenital heart disease. We've also supported the Open Hearts Foundation, which is programming to help women and children throughout the globe. And most recently, we gave to Project Angel Food, which prepares and delivers healthy meals to feed people impacted by serious illness, bringing comfort and hope every day. So we are so incredibly excited to announce that this year, along with our theme of connecting our hearts to nature, we will be donating to the Jane Goodall Institute. Sean, can you please come to the stage? So I'd like to introduce Sean Sweeney, Associate Vice President of Communications and Partnerships at Jane Goodall Institute, USA. Sean, we would love to present this check to the Jane Goodall Institute for all the good work that your organization does in creating a brighter, more sustainable world for all creatures who share it. And then we would love it if you could say a few words about the Jane Goodall Institute.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here with all of you today. When I was asked to be here, I didn't give it a second thought. I'm the son of an ER nurse who pounded into me the importance of women's health issues from, I'm sure, conception. And just last night, the craziest thing happened. My niece, who's 18 years old and in a sorority at Kent State in Ohio, texted me asking me for a donation to a fundraiser her sorority is doing for women's heart health. And I was like, I texted her back and I was like, here's $50. I'm speaking at a women's heart health event tomorrow. So needless to say, this is a very personal and deeply appreciated opportunity. One of the things that I thought about when I wanted to make these remarks was about how often Dr. Goodall, our founder, talks about the connection between humans and nature. And we know from her research and decades following how inextricably linked people and animals and our shared environment are. And we even have research that shows how there are really great health outcomes for us when it comes to spending time in nature. One of the other things that Jane often remarks about, though, is how being the most intellectually intelligent species on the planet is destroying its only home. So that's one big question that we have. And at the Jane Goodall Institute, Jane was, as many of you know, a longtime researcher of our closest cousin in the natural world, chimpanzees. And she came to the realization that chimpanzees were endangered. By and large, because of the people and the communities living around them, were living in abject poverty and living in completely unsustainable ways that was degrading and fragmenting their habitats. One of the things Jane knew to help chimpanzees was that in order to help chimps, we would need to help communities nearby them. And what was really interesting, and I promise I'm coming back to your field here, what was really interesting in that work that Jane did was going to communities and talking to them about what they would need to change their situation. One of the biggest things that came about was better access to healthcare. And there you see exactly a link between healthcare and us protecting the environment. And from 12 villages where Jane started in Tanzania to now 30 years later, we've grown that work to 11 countries across Africa and around the world through Jane's network and friends who are practitioners and friends in this field. So that's just one of the ways that the support from your organization will support our organization, and we're so, so grateful for that. Jane's work spans beyond all of this to continuing that research on chimpanzees, to helping animals who are victims of the wild meat and pet trade, which, by the way, is responsible for a lot of zoonotic disease transfer. If we have any folks in here that are interested in that kind of work, to our global youth-powered service learning program, Roots and Shoots. So your support is helping Jane's mission across all of those different areas, and we're so deeply grateful. I'll end with just another way of invoking Jane for us. Jane often remarks that as she goes around the world, as any of us go around the world, anywhere you go, you'll meet someone who is affiliated with JGI or our Roots and Shoots program, and you know you have family there. And we're so grateful to now count all of you among that family as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sean. We can't thank you and Jane Goodall enough for what you do for Mother Nature. If anyone feels moved to donate to the Jane Goodall Institute to help further fund their incredible projects, please scan the QR code on the screen and let them know that Have a Heart, Save a Heart sent you.
And now for our final panel of the afternoon. It's all about artificial intelligence, heart health, and beyond. Can we please have our panelists to the stage? Dr. Tadwalkar has graced our stage in past meetings and has a way of explaining the technical in language we can understand. He continues to have a growing online presence and spends his free time with his 2 little kids and no pets as of now. So far. For this panel, we're bringing back Dr. Schaeffler and Weinberg. Without further ado, our final panel for the day.
Okay, all right, very good. Hopefully we'll strive to be the most engaging, but there's been so many engaging talks, it's gonna be tough to follow all these amazing acts. Of course, the day wouldn't be complete without something on digital health, which has become ubiquitous in our society now, and has permeated every aspect of society, but especially cardiology and heart health. And one of the biggest impacts within digital health has been artificial intelligence. And so we literally can't go through the day without talking about artificial intelligence. And certainly clinically, it's had a big impact, and it's a growing impact. And within the last year or two, especially, we've seen a massive number of publications and really uses of artificial intelligence, or potential uses, I should say, that still require rigorous clinical validation. And so, we want to start by talking about some of those clinical concepts as they relate to cardiology. Dr. Schaeffler, here, wanted to discuss a growing modality, which is point of care ultrasound, or POCUS. So we'll start there and discuss some of the finer aspects of POCUS, how artificial intelligence plays into that, and then we'll move from there.
Great. So in keeping with our theme for today, I wanted to start with something called point-of-care ultrasound, which is bringing technology to the field. So we're thinking about how do we bring medicine into non-traditional settings, whether that be, kind of in the clinic, like a remote clinic, for example, a rural setting. Actually was reminded today that I was doing a family medicine rotation at the Venice Family Clinic in medical school, and I participated in a street medicine block where we were actually taking blood pressures on the beach right here, trying to bring medicine to people that wouldn't actually be interested in coming into the clinic. So one modality that we use is called point-of-care ultrasound, or POCUS, which is illustrated in the slide up there. And you can see there are various images that we'll acquire. It might not be the full ultrasound of the heart, but there are select images that we take to try to get some more information about somebody's heart, where they may not need to come into the clinic or they may not have access. And so that was one thing I thought that could be relevant, and there are now artificial intelligence modalities that are being used for point-of-care ultrasound to make it more relevant here. And see, these are some of the views that you can get with point-of-care ultrasound, and I wanted to also bring it to our women's heart kind of topic, where this was an application of point-of-care ultrasound that OBGYNs who are already trained in ultrasound learned how to acquire images of the heart, and actually were able to take that information in the field for women they were concerned might be developing peripartum cardiomyopathy or other complications in pregnancy that were related to the heart. And they got those images after just a really short training course, because they're an audience that already knew how to manipulate a probe. And they then sent that to cardiologists in a larger city, because they were in a rural area, and they were able to catch really important conditions and then get those women care a little bit earlier. So I think I'll turn it back to you to kind of talk about some other applications for wearables and other devices that we're using for AI.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you. What's interesting is, so obviously point-of-care ultrasound has become a big topic, and in general, AI and imaging has probably been the place where in cardiology we've seen the most development. Specifically, as it comes to sonography and echocardiography. And there's a lot about detection of something we call a left ventricular ejection fraction. And for those of you who are less aware of this, this is basically probably our most recognized measure of how the heart functions. And there's been a lot in this space about being able to detect this in an automated fashion, because a lot of the calculations we do are based on two-dimensional images. And although we can do 3D, there are some inherent limitations with ultrasound. But in recent studies, we have seen that, along the same lines of things, that, using these AI, based systems, we can, when we sort of compare them, the computer detection versus sonographers, see a non-inferiority. So basically, with computer detection, we can in fact still get the same information that the sonographer can report. And that's not to put the sonographer's job in jeopardy here. There's a lot more to being a sonographer than calculating left ventricular ejection fraction. But we are starting to see the potential utility in applying these algorithms to our existing imaging to really do better in terms of risk prediction and outcomes, and just get better data. And so this is really where we're seeing artificial intelligence shine. Another place actually is in EKG. So, just about anybody who comes into the office gets an ECG, and it would be nice if we can predict more about what your EKG means for you. So obviously, one of the things that we train as, within cardiology fellowship, and a big part of our training is really just interpreting these EKGs on the fly. But by doing deep learning and using artificial intelligence algorithms, we can often predict more. And in fact, I'd point to a specific study just within the past several months that shows that when we add an AI-based algorithm to ECG assessment, we can actually better predict who's more likely to pass away after a surgery. And so this is good in a preoperative setting where we can really get some more insights in terms of who's appropriate for specific procedures. And so this is really just the beginning. It's sort of like the tip of the iceberg, when it comes to using this. Another great example is chest x-ray, where, chest x-ray is so simple. We've been doing this for decades. It's one of the primary tools in which we use for diagnosis in the medical setting. And of course, there's a lot of things we can see on an image, But when you apply artificial intelligence, large data sets, and you use a computer to be able to really parse through all of this information, we can learn a lot more about someone's risk for heart failure or other cardiovascular ailments, coronary disease, et cetera. So in a lot of instances, it's not even just about having new diagnostic modalities. A lot of it is refining the algorithms by which we really learn from the modalities we already have, right? So this is really sort of a different paradigm. It's not just about developing new technology. It's about sort of refining some of the instruments that we're already using to get deeper applications and insights.
And to that end, I think it also gives us a window into things that we're maybe not paying attention to, like sleep. And so there's a lot of interesting data that's coming down the pipeline about what our body is doing or not doing well in sleep. But I find that some of the tools that we're using for AI are really insightful in terms of determining our patient's risk for arrhythmia or for blood pressure changes or for lack of good sleep and what that actually could do for their body. But I think some of the wearable technologies are really advantageous in learning that about our patients, and so that we can potentially treat more than just one condition at a time. And especially something, we're not monitoring people what they're sleeping in our office, or maybe we are unintentionally, but there's so much that goes on in a body while we're sleeping, and we can unearth some of that with some of these wearable AI technologies.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I think that's a really important point. Now, the sleep thing is sort of it's kind of funny. So, in cardiology, if you had asked a cardiologist 10 or 15 years ago, like, or you tell a cardiologist, I should say, I'm not sleeping that well, or, another physician told me I might have sleep apnea, we'd probably care less. We'd say, well, that's a respiratory disorder, like, don't bother us with this, right? That's not the heart. What are you talking about, right? But, turn to about the mid-2010s or so, we saw an explosion of literature showing how sleep apnea and sleep-disordered breathing can significantly impact cardiovascular health. And so as a natural extension of that, and as that becomes into greater awareness, now, of course, because we have wearable devices that can track sleep metrics, everyone is interested, right? They want to know, am I sleeping well? And of course, you want to know because everyone is aware that sleeping well is important for your overall health. Beyond even cardiovascular health. And so this is where it gets sort of interesting, because a lot of times, people will come to us with data on their sleep from their wearables, whether it's an Oura Ring or their Apple Watch or whatever have you, and it's still in what I call the vanity phase. It's the vanity phase. It's like, you get the data, it looks great, they sort of given to you in a display that seems very nice and is appropriate. But when you really sort of dig down and you look at the statistics, it's not quite so accurate, at least not yet. And speaking to Nicole, Dr. Weinberg's point, this is where, artificially intelligent algorithms and refinements, and not just the technology of how we detect some of these metrics, but the algorithms behind how we apply that can really make a difference in terms of really being able to diagnose sleep disorders. And so I think what you're going to see in throughout 2024 and 2025 is really this interest in being able to have a wearable that can detect sleep apnea with great accuracy, sensitivity, specificity, et cetera. So it's a really interesting space, and I think we're going to see a big push for that in the next year or two.
I was going to kind of share that a lot of people that come in will bring data from their wearable devices and ask for us to interpret them. I got this data from my Apple Watch or my Oura Ring, and what do you think about it? So I'm just going to say some of the things that I think are helpful. I think it's helpful to look at steps just to see how active people are. I think it's helpful when you see steep rises in heart rates that could trigger, we need to look for an arrhythmia with something validated like a long-term monitor, but not one-time things. We were talking about this with our electrophysiology colleague, Dr. Sarina Vanderzee, and she was really emphasizing that some of these one-time data points are not necessarily as helpful as maybe just kind of remarking that you're seeing something and then coming in for a more kind of complete assessment. I don't know what you all are looking at with those watches.
Yeah, one of the things that I was alluding to in terms of sleep issues is I find a lot of people come in and they say, my Apple Watch told me I was in AFib when I was sleeping. can you tell me if I'm in AFib? And so it gives us a jumping off point, a springboard for further conversations to be able to really tease through some of that data. Maybe they're not in AFib, but maybe they are, and wouldn't that be a great thing for us to elucidate and potentially save them from some sort of life-threatening event? So I think that that's, a really great tool. But I don't know that we hang our hat on the data that is brought in from some of the wearables, but it's a great conversation starter in terms of what are their risk factors, how do we get more definitive data, and I think we try to do that in the office.
And this is like a very great point because until now we still just aren't at a point where wearables are extensively clinically actionable. But as compared to a few years ago when I would be on the stage giving these talks, from a diagnostic standpoint, we have seen a lot of strides. Like, for example, it is now much better validated that if we see a fib on a specific type of device, like say it's an Apple Watch or a Cardia that's been well validated in the clinical literature, we can actually take that and say you actually probably do have a fib because the morphology and the data that we're getting from it is actually quite good. And then speaking to Dr. Weinberg's point about screening, those algorithms are also improving in terms of how these wearables capture your rhythm as you're wearing the device to give us a better idea as to whether you really could have an arrhythmia. And even the guidelines now, even if you look at the 2023 AFib guidelines, there is now finally talk about the use of wearables, but there is clearly still a need for more rigorous clinical validation, and that's still where we are. The next push when we look at all of this is really the treatment side. So it's like now that we know that you have this, or we see that you have this on a watch or a wearable, what do we do with that information? And is it the same as detecting, for example, atrial fibrillation or an arrhythmia in a clinical setting? So, we look at this, we call it subclinical atrial fibrillation as opposed to what we get in the office, because we almost think of them as separate entities because we're diagnosing it differently and it looks a little bit different on a wearable. And so that's where the next piece of it is, and the initial data is actually somewhat mixed in terms of treatment. So maybe we treat this entity that we detect on our watches or our wearables as being a little bit different from what we get in the clinic. So there's a lot to still parse out there. Yeah.
Can I, as a panelist, ask our keynote speaker a question about POCUS in animals? Is this something that's done in the wild? Are these tools that are used out in, different more remote areas or even in the zoo? I'm not sure what the trajectory is between animal and human and animal.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I'm not a veterinary cardiologist. I just get to hang out with a lot of them. But yes, some of the same tools are used in, wildlife biologists, wildlife veterinarians, and certainly at zoos. And then, in traditional veterinary settings that are clinical. But we definitely use, for a long time, we've been using, just a portable laptop. But colleagues who do like very much in the wild kinds of echoes are using all kinds of devices, portable devices.
It's a handbook from the University of Calgary on veterinary POCUS, and some of the advantages were similar. I don't know if you've seen a lot of veterinarians using this, or zoo physicians using this kind of on the spur of the moment rather than anesthetizing an animal, for
the
example.
Great Apes Cardiovascular Working Group, which has been now around for over 20 years, which is, by the way, the leading cause of death among great apes in captive environments is cardiovascular disease and not atherosclerosis. So cardiomyopathy is actually dissection in Western lowland gorillas. But there is, and of course, animals are, I participate here, and many other human cardiologists are helping in zoos around the country and around the world in screening some of the great apes for these processes. But of course, in order to do a transesophageal echo, you have to sedate and intubate, and that is risky. To avoid that, the Great Apes Cardiovascular Working Group has embarked on this very successful program of awake echoing great apes, where they're trained to present themselves, and there's different configurations. Maybe, I don't know if we can, but maybe on the zoo voyage we'll be able to see that. But I think orangs have been trained and chimps have been trained to present where the windows would be, and so an awake echo to look for, basically EF. You're not going to do something elaborate, but those are in obviously captive environments.
So, we really wanted to dedicate a lot of this session to questions because this always comes up when we talk about this, and rightfully so because there's a lot of questions surrounding it. So we thought we'd just move through the audience or maybe virtual or whoever would want to ask.
There was a virtual question, just to kick things off, to Dr. Wright about the blood pressure, the automatic blood pressure cuffs that are used in the office versus the home blood pressure cuffs, and if they are kind of better than what you can get at the pharmacy?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you go into an office and they wheel in an automated cuff, those cost $2,000. When you go to CVS, nobody's going to spend $2,000. In fact, I saw one on the internet, it was $20. Now, how can they diminish the price from $2,000 to $20? And the answer is they can't. So the difference is that the cuffs that are used that are medical grade do actually listen, and they have a different technology. It's not the oscillometric method that's utilized in the Omron that you buy at the local drugstore. So they're much better. They're still not as good, honestly, as the old-fashioned cuff, listening with a stethoscope to their carot cough sounds with what used to be mercury. Now, the mercury cuffs, there was a fear that people would get mercury intoxicated, and even though I still have some in my, don't tell anybody, but when you go into a doc's office nowadays, most of the time there are no mercury cuffs because they've been pulled off, and they're the aneroid cuffs, which are the dial cuffs that can go out of sync, if you will, right? Yeah. The beauty of mercury is that unless the law of gravity changes, the weight of mercury is the same. So mercury never goes out, and it's still the most validated, short of putting a catheter in with a transducer measured, et cetera. So if you have to stick with what's the most accurate, it's actually a manual cuff with a stethoscope today, still, even beating the modern tech stuff.
Also for Dr. Wright, I just wanted to know if, in general, you would recommend a high potassium diet to your patients, and what is your stance on sodium with hypertension and cardiovascular disease, in particular, like CHF or high blood pressure?
That's a 1-hour talk. You just so there are concerns, and anybody in the audience who's medical could understand telling people to take potassium. There are some people who are going to be harmed by that, for sure, right? Anybody with kidney failure, for example. And many of the medicines that we use that promote reabsorption of potassium, also a problem. So we don't normally say, go out there and eat more potassium. Now, of course, if you tell somebody to eat a healthy diet, they're going to eat more potassium because potassium is found in fruits and vegetables, et cetera. So we have to be careful. Now, in the trials where they've said, let's use salt substitute, which is potassium chloride instead of sodium chloride, there has not been a signal of harm in the general population. But be apprised that they eliminated people up front who had renal failure and hyperkalemia from those clinical trials. So we have to be a little bit cautious about that. The normal potassium intake is higher in indigenous populations. And as I mentioned, the sodium intake is way lower. That's why their sodium-potassium ratio is 1,000-fold different than industrialized countries, if you will. So I think in general, it would be better for the world to eat less sodium and more potassium. I do actually think so. And in the long haul, if you prevent kidney dysfunction, then the potassium being too high kind of goes away. So I do think that's smart. Now, one thing you mentioned about, what about patients who already have disease? Different story there, because now they're on medicines which interact with the kidneys in terms of handling sodium and potassium and fluid, et cetera. Those of you who heard my salt talk know that in the studies of heart failure patients, when you limit salt intake, they do worse. So it's abnormal physiology doesn't follow the normal rules. So for general population, do I think the food companies should eliminate some sodium from all those prepared foods? I do, actually. Do I think they should add potassium? I don't. I think you should get potassium naturally.
following up on Dr. Wright, I just wanted to know the blood pressure cuff. I mean, did you say that the wrist one, the little wrist one that we buy, is not accurate? I mean, in comparison to, the cuff.
For some individuals, the wrist cuff is actually better. It doesn't read the same as the arm cuff. The standard is the upper arm. Now, I mentioned at the zoo, and Barb knows this, there's no way you can get a gorilla who's not anesthetized to put an arm band. So in certain circumstances, but the larger the arm circumference is, the more difficult it is to get an accurate measurement. So for people who are very obese, the wrist is actually a better choice. There also are some people who don't like the cuff inflating. It's painful on the upper arm, and for those people, the wrist is an acceptable alternative. But in general, it's not considered as standard as the arm cuff.
I was rather startled this week by reading something about HDL. It said it was not as healthy as experts once thought. A new study suggests. This new study published Wednesday in Neurology found that having either high or low HDL may increase the risk of dementia in older folks. Is this something that you've heard about? Anyone?
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of my colleagues have opinions as well and have their own insights. Generally speaking, what's interesting about cholesterol is that, there's always been this traditional paradigm of HDLs and LDLs. And clearly, lipid biology is actually very, very complex, as you've seen actually from some of the slides in these talks. And we often group it in these categories because it's convenient to talk about it as good and bad cholesterol. But it turns out that HDL specifically is quite heterogeneous. It's not quite as homogeneous, nor is it as easily sort of trackable or predictive of a risk marker as LDL has sort of turned out to be, especially in reference to LDL lowering and reduction of cardiovascular events. HDL has a bit more of a U-shaped relationship where there may be actually, and what we mean by that is that there's probably an optimal range. And if you're significantly below or significantly higher, you may have some form of atherogenic or sort of dysfunctional, might be a better word, HDLs. So it is true that, the older paradigm of just saying good and bad cholesterol or ratios alone, as being protective, we see this a lot. A lot of people will say, well, I had a doctor tell me that, yeah, my LDL is sort of bad, but my HDL is good, so it kind of cancels it out, right? It's not quite that simple, right? So there may be a relationship there. I think we're just starting to see some of that data emerge.
It's a publication a few years ago about that U-shaped curve. It seemed like the sweet spot in that publication was for people with coronary disease, somewhere around 60 to 80 HDL, but when it starts to exceed 100 or 120, I actually treat patients at that level. So something to kind of talk through. As Dr. Tadwalkar mentioned, it's a little bit more refined than just looking at the number. We have to look at the whole picture, but just to give you an idea, it's not the higher the better. Like we say for LDL, the lower the better.
Last question from the famous Peter Pelican.
I was trying to think of a question to mess up Dr. Broukhim, so here it is. Michael, since we do think that renal denervation therapy may help people get off medicines, could you just give like a 3-minute, tell folks who are not in the cath lab what it would be like to come into the hospital, have the procedure, et cetera, go home, et cetera, same day, whatever you think that the future lies there?
Yeah, sure. We could talk about that. So it's an outpatient procedure. It's you come in through the pre-op area where we have a lot of our pre-op nurses today who do a wonderful job. We perform the procedure with conscious sedation, so patients are kept in a twilight state. It's about a 30 to 60 minute procedure for most patients, and afterwards they're in recovery for 4 to 6 hours, and they go home the same day. So it's an outpatient procedure. As we mentioned from the prior data, it's a very safe procedure, and the restrictions after the procedure are the same as any procedure where you have femoral arterial access. You don't lift anything more than 10 pounds for a week. You avoid baths. You can shower, but you avoid baths, pools, jacuzzis, and no heavy exertion probably for about a week or so.
I'd like to thank our panel, Drs. Tadwalkar and Schaeffler, and Dr. Vanderzee from home. One last reminder, if you entered the raffle today, please check the whiteboard on your way out to see if you've won. We were unable to announce all of our winners just because we had so many wonderful donations this year. We want to thank our sponsors, our exhibitors, raffle companies. You made our event all it is today. I'd like to have a special thank you to our AV team in the back. They are second to none, and we could not have done this without you. Thank you. A last special thank you to Heather, our programming and operations coordinator, without whom we would be lost. She'll be heading home to put her feet up with Nikki, her adorable tuxedo cat. To say that we couldn't have done this without you all is an understatement. This is the culmination of efforts for almost one full year. We hope you've learned so much today with our innovative topics, left with more knowledge than you came, prizes, as well as a better understanding of who we are as a charity. We hope you will stay in our ecosystem so that we can engage you in our community education, Hearthside chats, our retreats, and our other heart-healthy activities. Until then, see you next time. Bye-bye.